Now, if those attacks fall off, and if other characters like Ibrahim and some of the other residual members of the playing cards are captured, it's good news. That still leaves the jihadists, the Islamic fundamentalists, the Al-Qaeda types, who could cause some attacks, but frankly they seem to have been working in cooperation with the Saddam loyalists. If they don't have that cooperation, they might not be so successful.
All right, Simon, stand by, because we're going to be getting back to you. Thanks very much for that analysis. I want to bring in back Heidi Collins from the CNN Center. Heidi, if Saddam Hussein is in fact talking right now, cooperating with U.S. military personnel, that clearly will send a signal to other Iraqis who have been captured in their deck of cards that if they haven't been cooperating, this might be a good time for them to start cooperating as well. We'll continue to monitor that story here in Washington. We're standing by to hear when the President of the United States might want to address the American public, the international community, and as you know, we're standing by for Tony Blair in London as well.
Yes, we certainly are, and you bring up a great point. It will be interesting to see how the rest of Iraq's former regime, that is, decides to cooperate. As we did hear a little bit earlier on, Wolf, we've been hearing that Saddam Hussein himself has been talkative and cooperative, leaves a lot of questions, a lot of people wondering what exactly he has been saying. I want to recap for just a moment about exactly what happened overnight. Operation Red Dawn, that is what we heard from General Ricardo Sanchez, a joint effort, if you will, between aviation, ground forces, special ops. We want to learn a little bit more about what may have gone on here. From one of the experts that you may recall from the war a little bit earlier in the year, General David Grange, joining us from Galena, Illinois this morning. General Grange, can you tell us a little bit about how this may have gone down? We are learning 600 soldiers, cavalry, special ops, aviation, as I said earlier, a joint effort that they had been working on for quite some time.
Yeah, what you have is you have the a conventional unit, both air and ground, with a lot of fire support that would go in to cordon off the area. Again, they have two sites that they have pretty good intelligence on, but it may not be accurate, and that's obviously happened before. And then with the special operating forces going in as you might call the surgical element, that would actually go in to either capture or kill Saddam or those around him. Now remember the big firefight that happened with his sons, and so they planned for worst case, and that's why the vast numbers of people, and obviously a bigger area they may have to search, and that's why you have bigger numbers. But it was a joint effort and also a special operations and conventional effort to take that target down.
That's right, and they actually, when General Sanchez was talking about this event, he mentioned that there were two locations, Wolverine 1 and Wolverine 2, but that the first location that they went to, quote, under the cover of darkness and with lightning speed, was actually not the place where they found Saddam Hussein.
Right, and so it's very prudent that they had that type of force. And it's also very interesting, I think, Heidi, that you have the spider hole concept. In other words, very similar to what the Viet Cong would use in Vietnam, where you would have insurgents in a village, and then they would have hide sites tunneled in all underneath, subterranean around the area. And there would be a series of these, of multiple hide sites. And so very much the same insurgent technique, but in this case with a high-value target.
They also found, General Grange, two AK-47s, a pistol, $750,000 US dollars, that is, and a white and orange taxi. Sounds a little odd.
Yeah, well, I think this was just one hide site, and what it is was the AK-47s and pistol. Maybe one of those weapons was Saddam's, but the other two individuals that were captured along with him, they could have been his weapons. And then there was some immediate cash to disperse in order to handle some of his logistics, his support on transportation, movements, things, you know, and support of these farms. But I think it was just one of many hide sites that Saddam probably used, and the taxi may have been a vehicle for a very low visibility type movement around the area using his disguise.
All right, General David Grange, thanks so much for your insight on all of this, joining us this morning from Galena, Illinois. Nice to hear from you again, General. Aaron Brown, we send it back over to you in New York.
Heidi, thank you. It's just a little bit past 8:30 on a Sunday morning here in the East Coast. Many of you just waking up and wondering what the fuss is about. Three pictures perhaps tell the story of the last day as well as any words that anyone can come up with. The first picture, members of the 4th Infantry Division in the darkness into Crete, celebrating, our first indication that something major had happened overnight, and that what we now know happened overnight. What these young men and young women were celebrating, high-fiving, taking pictures of one another, is they had captured Saddam Hussein, the world's most wanted man, or at least second most wanted man besides Osama bin Laden. That picture told one story. No picture is more dramatic than the pictures of Saddam himself. This is what he looked like a short time after he was captured, gray beard, disheveled hair. We're reminded when we look at this picture of the picture, well, not necessarily reminded of him, though, the Saddam before and after, if you will. The picture of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed captured in Pakistan, again, looking very similar, disheveled, hardly the al-Qaeda leader when Sheikh Mohammed was captured. And as we look at Saddam, hardly the dictator who for 30-plus years, a generation and a half, terrorized much of the population of his country and worried much of the population of the Middle East as well. He was taken into custody. The third picture that tells the story of this day is the picture of Iraqis in Baghdad celebrating. How widespread these celebrations are, a little hard to say, but clearly this news is working its way through the capital, working its way through the country. People out in the streets, gunfire in that traditional Iraqi celebratory way being fired into the air. The implications of this day will play out and we'll watch. But clearly, as the news moved through the Iraqi capital, it was a day to celebrate. The American administrator, Paul Bremer, announced the news, emphasizing that this is a moment of reconciliation, that this is a time for supporters of the Ba'athist regime to lay down their arms, to build a new Iraq. This is how the American administrator in Iraq laid out the news, and now the reaction, the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair.
We give thanks for that. But let this be more than a cause simply for rejoicing. Let it be a moment to reach out and to reconcile. To the Sunnis, whose allegiance Saddam falsely claimed, I say there is a place for you playing a full part in a new and a democratic Iraq. To those formerly in Saddam's party, there by force and not by conviction, I say we can put the past behind us. Where his rule meant terror and division and brutality, let his capture bring about unity, reconciliation, and peace between all the people in Iraq. Saddam has gone from power. He won't be coming back. That the Iraqi people now know. And it is they who will decide his fate. And in Iraq today, we work hard. The coalition forces from 30 different nations and Iraqis who love their country and who work hard with us to rebuild Iraq, to nurture its wealth for all its people, to bring prosperity and freedom to those people. In the timetable we have established, power will be handed over to Iraqis to run Iraq, now as a sovereign, independent state, based on the principles of justice and democracy and the rule of law. And let us lay one myth to rest today. We have a common interest, coalition forces and Iraqi people. Our purpose is a shared purpose, our victory a shared victory. The coalition needs an Iraq that is stable and prosperous for the good of Iraq, the region, and the wider world. The Iraqi people, who were reduced to poverty and to penury by Saddam and his sons, they desire no more than to live in peace, to develop their nation's wealth, and to put freedom in the place of dictatorship. We're on the same side. And who is against us? The tiny minority of Iraqis who wanted Saddam back and must now know that their cause is a futile one, and assorted foreign terrorists who have entered Iraq, whose greatest fear is that a new Iraq spells the end of their vile campaign of terror and propaganda against the Arab and the Western world working in partnership together. The rebirth of Iraq is the death of their attempt to sell the lie that we are fighting Muslims. Muslims were Saddam's victims. Muslims today in Iraq, the beneficiaries of his demise. Let's remember all those Iraqis that died under Saddam. The remains of 400,000 human beings already found in mass graves. So this is a time for celebration, but it's also a time to look forward, to unify, and to reconcile. Our thanks go to the coalition forces and the intelligence services who brought about Saddam's capture. Once again, they have proved their professionalism, their courage, and their commitment. But let us give thanks too to those brave Iraqis who have helped in his capture, who in the new Iraqi administration, police, and defense forces risk their lives daily for the good of their people. They are the representatives of the new Iraq in action today. So now is a time of great opportunity. Let us seize it and use it for the good of the people of Iraq, for the people in the Middle East, and for the people of our world. Thank you.
British Prime Air. It's early afternoon in London, and that, if you listen carefully, is the message of the day. The message of the day is that this is a moment of reconciliation in Iraq. The Prime Minister saying, particularly to Sunnis who had benefited greatly under the regime, they, though a minority in Iraqi society, got all the goodies, if you will, of the Saddam regime, that this is a moment for them to look to their future, a shared future with the rest of the country. That's the message the coalition will put out today. That's the message that Paul Bremer had earlier this morning, the message that Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, had just now, and we wouldn't be surprised if we heard at some point today a very similar message from the President of the United States, should or when he comes to speak to the country and to reporters. Dana Bash is at the White House this morning. Dana, any word on when or if the President will speak?
Aaron, not yet. We are waiting to hear all of answers to all of those questions. The President, we are told, is in the Oval Office at this time on this Sunday morning, meeting with senior advisors. We are also told by British officials, not yet confirmed by the White House, but by British officials, that the President and Tony Blair did have a phone conversation just before the Prime Minister went before cameras and gave his statement. No doubt that the two of them talked about the capture this morning. Of course, Tony Blair and George Bush have been the ultimate of allies, really brothers in arms, if you will, on this issue. But to answer your question, we do not yet know from the White House when and if the President will speak, but certainly the expectation is that we'll hear from him, at least get a statement very shortly. At this point, the only thing that we have officially is from an administration official, which is that it is a great day from the Iraqi people.
Dana, stand by here. Let's bring in Christiane Amanpour. Christiane is in London. It's a little bit past lunchtime there. I gather, Christiane, the news has spread through London and through the country. What are you hearing? What sort of reaction?
Well, not just through London, but also through the rest of the world. People here have woken up slightly earlier than you in the United States, and the news has been digested after Tony Blair became the first world leader, or his office, earlier this morning in confirming that it was Saddam Hussein who had been captured. And there you just heard his official statement on the issue. There have been messages pouring forth to the President of the United States from countries around the world. Of course, the countries that were aligned with the U.S., Spain, Australia, Italy. Blair and President Bush, as you heard, have been talking about this today, but also messages to the President and to the Iraqi people from President Jacques Chirac of France and also from Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder of Germany, both of whom, as you know, were staunchly opposed to the war. Jacques Chirac saying in a message via his spokeswoman that this is a very important day, that he was delighted with the capture of Saddam Hussein, a major event that would strongly contribute to the democratization and stabilization of Iraq and to allow Iraqis to once again gain control of their destiny. Schroeder himself wrote a letter immediately to the President saying that he congratulated him on this momentous and successful mission and that he had learned of it with great happiness, learned of the capture of Saddam Hussein. So a lot, as you can imagine, of those kinds of messages coming in from around the world. But of course, these are not just messages. This is a very real fact that this is a majorly important psychological boost for the United States, for Prime Minister Blair. Both leaders had been under quite considerable pressure over the last 8 months because not only of the failure to capture Saddam, but because of the insurgency that has been operating in Iraq with some sophistication and with a great deal of success in killing American soldiers and coalition soldiers over the last 8 months. So the big question, of course, is will this capture have an appreciable effect on the insurgency in Iraq? And that is obviously what many, many people are going to be looking for, because security is the be-all and end-all of a successful democratization, successful attempt at rebuilding. And on both issues, both rebuilding, democratization, and trying to hand over power to the Iraqis, the U.S. and its partners are very, very far behind. And this is something that's going to have to really take off if a successful handover is to happen by July as it is scheduled. But a very clear, big boost, not just for the U.S. and Britain and the other countries, but also for the people of Iraq, who had been so concerned and so worried still 8 months after of the shadow of this dictator lingering over them and not knowing whether the U.S. was going to leave, whether he would pop up again, whether his legacy would be again entrenched by some of these insurgents. So clearly, the operative thing right now is going to be watching this insurgency and whether that, with the capture of Saddam, will be snuffed out. Many people have different opinions on how easy or difficult that is going to be.
Well, it's, security has, as Ken Pollack the other day reminded us when we were talking to him, has two forms in Iraq. There is the insurgency question, which is of great concern to the Americans in the coalition, and then there is a whole other area of security which involves street crime, which was pretty much non-existent in the Saddam era and very much in play these days. Christiane, there's not a bad time for a moment like this, obviously, but this comes at a particularly good time for the White House and for the coalition. James Baker is off to European countries, others, try and get them to forgive Iraqi debt. And one of the things that he can now point to is very clear, dramatic, historic progress in the American occupation of Iraq. He's got himself a headline he can show to capitals around the world. We got him.
That's absolutely correct. The fact that Saddam Hussein has been captured is a major, major accomplishment, of course. I mean, this was, you know, one of the most wanted. This was the great demon that had set himself up against the United States and against whom successive American administrations had been pitted since George Bush I back in the early 1990s. So this is a big deal in that respect. However, and you mentioned James Baker going to Europe, there are very real issues that go beyond the capture of one man, no matter how important, and that is the issue of reconstruction, the issue of security. I've just come back from Iraq and was talking at length with senior commanders on the ground who had really tried to achieve this moment by a mixture of an armed counteroffensive against the insurgents, and that they hoped was going to flush out intelligence on who these people are, who their leaders are, who's funding them, and by the way, where is Saddam Hussein as well. Now, perhaps some of that intelligence is what led to the capture of Saddam Hussein, but what these commanders on the ground really are trying to do now is to cut off the head, the legs, and the operating brain behind the insurgency, and is not at all sure whether these people were taking their orders or their encouragement from Saddam Hussein, whether they simply want to gain power for themselves. And different commanders had different views on that particular issue. Different commanders had different views on who precisely these guerrillas were. What was their makeup? What was their aim? And how would they eventually be cut down? Commanders were telling us, and it was becoming increasingly spoken with one voice amongst American military commanders on the ground, that the insurgency was getting more sophisticated, more coordinated, that in terms of communication, in terms of funding, there was, what they told us, a much more centralized command and communication operation over those issues. So how will that be affected by this? We really have to wait and see for that. Now, on the other very important issue, and Baker will have a lot to hear and to talk about on this, and that is reconstruction. Well, obviously security has played a big role in slowing down reconstruction. Almost no NGOs are there, almost no companies and governments have come in terms of big-time infrastructure projects because of the security, and this is you know, the US is very far behind on reconstruction. And now with this memo that was leaked by from the Pentagon that apparently Paul Wolfowitz had put out saying that certain countries were not welcome in the reconstruction. Well, that has caused a lot of consternation because people are saying it's not as if the US is able to do all this on its own. As we've seen, they're far behind. So many people on the ground in Iraq want to see many countries come in and help with the reconstruction because still electricity is a problem, still getting the oil infrastructure up is a problem, still just getting people, although they are going to school, to have the trust to take their kids to school is a problem because of the security and other aspects. So the feeling in Europe is that the US right now needs all the help it can get, and they are hoping to send that message when Baker comes.
Well, I think the Americans will welcome any help they can get. It's a question of the terms of the help. You're looking in the big side of the screen, the right side of the screen, of some celebrating that is going on in the Iraqi capital. We don't want to either overstate or understate the reaction. It's just difficult to tell sometimes from a camera shot, which is a tight shot, how many people are celebrating for the camera, how much of this and how widespread it is. We're doing some reporting to try and get a sense around the country of how widespread it is. But clearly there is some going on, and from our eye, clearly some of it's for the camera and some of it is not. Christian, will simply the capture of Saddam himself, for the moment at least, give Prime Minister Blair, give President Bush, give supporters of the coalition some breathing room in the reconstruction effort and in the security effort? Or is this, like so much else in modern society, going to be a short-lived hit?
Well, I think what it gives is a massive boost, and analysts that I've been listening to over the morning have said that it is inevitably going to be a massive boost, not just to the political fortunes of both President Bush and Prime Minister Blair, but the general well-being, if you like, the good feeling in those countries as well. Because to get Saddam Hussein is a big deal. This man has been the epitome of the antagonist ever since 1990, and he's never been got. So to get him after 8 months, and after 8 months which have, you know, blood and tears and sweat and death have happened to American soldiers, to many of the coalition partners, to get him is a big, big deal. And of course, as I say, for the people on the streets of Iraq, you can bet that many of those people are not just mugging for the camera, but they are genuinely, genuinely pleased, because having just come back there, even 8 months later, they were still had a chill in their heart, wondering what was going to be the outcome. Would this man be captured? Would the US military stay until he was captured? If not, what would that mean? Were the insurgents trying to bring him back? All those questions that these traumatized people over the last 35 years have to an extent been put to rest. Now, does it buy time on the reconstruction? I don't know. It depends on the politics. It depends on whether the US and Britain and others are going to try to get a wide group of people to help with the reconstruction. Analysts have pointed out, as I've just said, that so far it's not going as fast as anybody wants. Will it help in terms of getting the Iraqi police force, the Iraqi armed forces, the Iraqi security forces up and running into a credible force so that they can replace the American administration, the occupation administration, by the beginning of July? Will it encourage NGOs, people like the UN, the Red Cross, all the NGOs who usually come in post-conflict zones and who are not there now because of security? Will it encourage those kinds of people to come back? These are all major questions that we're going to keep our eye on, and will have a deep, deep effect on the pace of reconstruction and democratization.
Christiane, thank you. Christiane Amanpour. It's a day for questions, but it is also a day for one clear headline. Saddam has been captured, and you can only, Wolf, imagine what it is like in various parts of this complicated country. The Kurds in the north who suffered under Saddam, the Shias in the south who suffered so dramatically under Saddam, and what the reaction must be in every village, every home, every place in Iraq today, Wolf.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Our national security correspondent, David Ensor, has been checking in with his sources in the U.S. intelligence community elsewhere here in Washington. David, what do they do now with Saddam Hussein now that they actually have him?
Well, Wolf, he has been interrogated already to some degree, and the man who they have caught admits that he is Saddam Hussein, according to U.S. officials. They have shown him to a number of other senior detainees that are in U.S. custody, and those detainees all say that they believe this is indeed Saddam Hussein. Now, officials tell me that there will be a DNA test conducted. It has not been done yet, but they are very confident, obviously, that they have the right man based on these actions they've been taking so far. And the interrogation of Saddam Hussein is already underway. Now, how did they find him? Officials tell me that over the last couple of weeks, the U.S. was able to capture a couple of people that were in the outer circle of those that have been helping Saddam Hussein to hide and to move. And then in recent days, they captured a couple of people that they believed might be in the inner circle of those that were doing this. And it was based on information from those people, interrogations of those people close to Saddam Hussein who were helping to conceal him, that led them to this extraordinary capture into Crete. Now, on the significance of the matter, U.S. officials are saying obviously they believe it will send a powerful, important signal to former regime loyalists who have been conducting the insurgency against the coalition forces that they are going to be pursued to the end. One official said this step was, quote, a necessary but not sufficient step for a peaceful Iraq. In other words, they do believe, and this official says, they do believe the insurgency will continue. There are going to be more attacks. But also, officials are saying this is obviously a major morale boost for coalition forces in Iraq. As one official put it, it's the best thing since the statue came down.
I think that would be an understatement, to put it mildly. David, we were told by Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez at that briefing, dramatic briefing in Baghdad earlier, that the U.S. military acted on what was being described as actionable intelligence, the kind of information you're talking about from various sources pointing the U.S. military in this Operation Red Dawn toward that farmhouse just outside of Tikrit, where Saddam Hussein was found yesterday. Last night, Iraq time, around 8:30 p.m. local time. That would be about 12:30 local time, Eastern time here in the United States. That actionable intelligence resulted in this capture without a shot being fired. Does that suggest to you that no single Iraqi may have given the U.S. the information that they needed? In other words, that $25 million reward, does it sound to you like it's going to go to an individual or going to be split up perhaps among a bunch of Iraqis?
My understanding from the officials I've been speaking to is that they got some help to find members of the outer circle, those who knew something about those who were helping to conceal Saddam Hussein. So there wasn't anybody who just came in and said, look, I know where Saddam is and I want that reward. It was more a case of getting tips that led to others, and this was a couple of weeks ago, and then those others, who the members of the outer circle, once captured and interrogated, led U.S. officials to members of the inner circle, those who really knew where Saddam was, and in recent days they captured a couple of those people, one or more of those people. So I hardly think that someone who's been captured and interrogated is going to be given a reward. Probably there will be some discussion about whether or not people who led the U.S. to members of the outer circle should receive part of the reward, because that apparently did occur, but it was a couple of weeks ago. All of this, it's interesting to note, Wolf, is human intelligence. This is one of those cases where all the technological wonders that U.S. intelligence have weren't going to lead them to a man who was down in a hole, buried under a basement. That had to come from people, and they had to get it directly, bit by bit, painstakingly, through human intelligence, capturing and interrogating the people close to Saddam. Wolf?
They actually had to do it the old-fashioned way, not with satellites, not with electronic intercepts, but getting information from human sources. David, stand by. We're going to be getting back to you throughout the day, obviously, as more of these fascinating details begin to come into CNN. In the meantime, let's go back to the CNN Center. Heidi Collins is there. Heidi?
Thanks, Wolf. You know, we have been watching all morning long different scenes across the country of Iraq, reaction to Saddam Hussein's capture. The picture from Baghdad, an obvious celebratory one, people genuinely overjoyed at the news. And the interesting question, though, is now what about the area where he was captured? Tikrit, an area that has been known to be violent and dangerous for the coalition, mainly because of the loyalty to Saddam Hussein and the former regime, because it is his former home. Want to find out what Nick Robertson has to say about that. He is there in Tikrit. Nick, wondering about that picture there. Any resemblance to what we are seeing in Baghdad as far as people being happy about this news?
From what we've seen in Tikrit so far, Heidi, there's not that level of happiness. People aren't coming out on the streets. There's no signs of celebration. In fact, there were very, very few people out on the streets. This sort of plays into what British Prime Minister Tony Blair was talking about, reaching out, reconciliation, particularly for the Sunni community. This is a Sunni area. This is in the Sunni triangle, reaching out to that community in this time of reconciliation, that they should feel they have a political part, a political stake in Iraq's future. Of course, under Saddam Hussein, this town of Tikrit prospered massively. We're in the heart of one of his presidential palace compounds where the 4th Infantry Division, who conducted the raid to capture Saddam Hussein, are based. But all around this town, there are signs of the wealth that he and the money that he poured into this area. And from what we've seen on the streets today, the fact that he's now been captured is not playing well here. That may change in the coming days ahead. But certainly the reaction here has been very muted compared to Baghdad. Very interestingly, just a few minutes minutes ago, we showed to one of our drivers here a picture from CNN's website of Saddam Hussein with his full beard on. Now, the driver who lives in Baghdad, who has, like many people there, lived in fear of Saddam Hussein all through those years, he came up to the computer and he stared very, very, very closely at that picture. He looked intently. You could see in his eyes scrutinizing to make sure for himself that that really was Saddam Hussein. And then he turned away and he had a big smile on his face, Heidi. And that, I think, is what's happening to most people here in Iraq. They really want to know for themselves for sure that this really is Saddam Hussein. And when they see that it is, they're very happy.
Presenting to us he was a tired man, and also I think a man resigned to his fate. The chapter of Iraq's history that was filled with Saddam Hussein's reign of terror is now closed forever.
The capture of Saddam Hussein on this special edition of This Week.
From ABC News, This Week with George Stephanopoulos. Now reporting from the ABC News studios in Washington, George Stephanopoulos.
Those pictures say it all. For more than 30 years, he was a dictator. The U.S. fought 2 wars against his regime. He was a fugitive for 9 months, and today, Saddam Hussein is a prisoner, and they are literally dancing in the streets in Baghdad. ABC's Martin Seemungle is there. Martin?
George, yes, there was a tremendous upsurge in celebratory gunfire as those pictures started to be beamed around Baghdad. As you know, Iraqi television is now broadcasting here, and a lot of people saw those pictures. And as we were watching it, we could hear the gunfire surging as people began to realize that this, in fact, was true. Rumors have been circulating for 2 or 3 hours before this, but when they saw that substantive evidence that Saddam Hussein had been captured, when they saw that video, it really hit home, and the reaction was immediate, and it was quite strong. And even as I speak now, there are some small demonstrations on the streets here in Baghdad. People getting out of cars just spontaneously, honking their horns, getting out of cars, shouting, celebrating.
Martin, we want to come back to you later in the broadcast, but just quickly now, one of the things that struck all of us is that those red flags with the hammer and sickle that people are carrying, they look like Soviet flags. Can you fill us in on what they are?
No, that's a difficult one for me to see from my vantage point. Yes, we were noticing that ourselves. We're trying to get more information on that.
Okay, Martin Seemungle, we will come back to you later in the broadcast. Thank you very much. And now, because the moment was so powerful, earlier this morning, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, when Ambassador Paul Bremer and General Ricardo Sanchez came into the briefing room of the Coalition Authority and said that Saddam Hussein has been captured, we wanted you to experience it for yourself. Here's what we saw.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Saddam Hussein was captured Saturday, December 13th at about 8:30 p.m. local in a cellar in the town of Adwar, which is about 15 kilometers south of Tikrit.
At about 1800 hours last night, under the cover of darkness and with lightning speed, the Raider Brigade's forces were positioned and began movement toward the objectives northwest of Adwar. Coalition forces subsequently found a suspicious location to the northwest of Wolverine 2. The area is a small walled compound with a metal lean-to structure, a mud hut, and during the search, a spider hole was detected. The spider hole's entrance was camouflaged with bricks and dirt. After uncovering the spider hole, a search was conducted, and Saddam Hussein was found hiding at the bottom of the hole. The spider hole is about 6 to 8 feet deep and allows enough space for a person to lie down inside of it. Saddam was captured without resistance. At about 21:15 hours last night, Saddam Hussein was moved to a secure area, and a further search of the hole and surrounding area was conducted. Results from the raid include confiscation of 2 AK-47s, a pistol, $750,000 US in $100 denominations, and a white and orange taxi. 2 other Iraqis affiliated with Saddam Hussein were also detained. Saddam Hussein is currently under coalition custody and at an undisclosed location. What you see here is a short clip of the hole where Saddam Hussein was found. This is the air vent and a fan, exhaust fan, that had been built into the hole to allow him to remain underground. This is Saddam as he was being given his medical examination today. Saddam's medical examination proved that he had no injuries and he is in good health. What we will see next is a picture of Saddam Hussein at the time he was captured. On your left, and on the right is Saddam Hussein after he was shaved. And here you see Saddam, a historical picture, and with him today on my left. The capture of Saddam Hussein is a defining moment in the new Iraq. I expect that the detention of Saddam Hussein will be regarded as the beginning of reconciliation for the people of Iraq and as a sign of Iraq's rebirth. Just as importantly, this success brings closure to the Iraqi people. We now have final resolution. Saddam Hussein will never return to a position of power from which he can punish, terrorize, intimidate, and exploit the Iraqi people as he did for more than 35 years.
That was Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez in Iraq a little bit earlier this morning, a moment which he called a defining moment in the history of Iraq. We've had a lot of correspondents covering this all morning, since very early this morning. I want to start out now with ABC's Martha Raddatz at the Pentagon. And Martha, General Sanchez went through some of the Operation Red Dawn in that press conference. He said not a single shot was fired. What more can you tell us?
I can tell you that this was indeed based on human intelligence, George. They did get a tip. Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez did not want to talk about what led them to Saddam Hussein, but they did get a tip. Whether or not someone will get the reward is still unclear, but I would bet someone probably will get that $25 million reward. They combined this with technical intelligence. You know, they have everything working in Iraq right now. They have UAVs, those unmanned aerial vehicles that can send back live pictures to whoever needs to see them in the U.S. military. They have all kinds of surveillance, all kinds of reconnaissance. They sent these 600 soldiers into these 2 different areas, cordoned it off, made sure that no one got away, and they also combined, and this was key, the operators and the analysts. The intelligence has improved greatly, and one of the things they have done is this combination of operators on the ground and analysts, and that's what he was talking about this analytical approach.
That's what I wanted to ask you a little bit more about. What did he have in mind there? We all know what a tip means, but when you talk about intelligence analysis of a tip like that, what kinds of things did they do?
Well, we've heard Brian Ross say, for instance, that they had a lead on this cab for possibly several days. If they get a tip, then they combine that with the fact that they can see from whatever technical assets they have, perhaps those UAVs up in the air that can spot this taxi cab, that they can bring in special operators and look at this place before they go in. They were very, very confident even going in, and I base this on the fact that Secretary Rumsfeld called the president right after the raid. If they weren't quite certain who they were going after and pretty confident that they might have gotten him, I doubt very much Secretary Rumsfeld would have called the president. So they vetted this very carefully before they made a move. They were very confident in their intelligence, and that's something they have to be very careful of over there. They don't want to launch a raid, and there have been mistakes made in the past, but this time they got the man.
And that phone call came yesterday afternoon. I know the halls have been buzzing since very early this morning. How would you describe the reaction at the Pentagon today?
Well, everyone is not just quietly excited about this. They're exuberant that Saddam Hussein was captured. They obviously kept this a secret since yesterday. They wanted to make certain it was Saddam Hussein, but once word was out, and I'll tell you, even when I walked in the Pentagon early this morning, the guards on the perimeter said, boy, I bet I know why you're here.
Okay, Martha Raddatz, thanks very much. We'll be coming back to you later in the broadcast. And now I want to go to the White House, where ABC's Terry Moran is just finishing up a phone call, getting some latest information. And Terry, we just heard Martha Raddatz say that Donald Rumsfeld called the president yesterday. Very simple question to you. What did the president know, and when did he know it?
In a very different context, that question comes on a day like today. This is great news, obviously, for this president. He found out, as Martha pointed out, yesterday afternoon. He was up at Camp David. He'd left on Friday to spend the weekend up there, and he was called by Secretary Rumsfeld directly and told that this raid had been executed and that they were confident they had captured Saddam Hussein, but not confirmed. The president then returned to the White House last night. He had plans to go to church this morning, and we're told that this morning at about 5 a.m. Eastern Time, Condoleezza Rice, the National Security Advisor, received a call from Baghdad, from Ambassador Paul Bremer, who gave her the word that confirmation was indeed solid. It was Saddam Hussein. She immediately called the president, and when I got in here sometime before 6, his lights were already on. He's up and about. He canceled his trip to church, his visit to church services this morning. We're told because of the weather here, which is pretty grim. But more likely, George, as you know, it's because when he got out of that car to go to church across Lafayette Park here, he was bound to get hollered at, asked questions about this, and the White House is carefully preparing the kind of statement that they want him to make in public. We don't have confirmation that's going to happen, but it would be impossible to imagine that he wouldn't have something to say today.
Oh, of course, and we've already actually seen some signs. We already know that throughout this war effort, the administration has been very disciplined generally about their communications, and it was pretty clear that Ambassador Bremer was well prepared for this morning's press conference, and they seemed to coordinate it with Tony Blair as well. And forgive me if you don't know the answer to this question, but do you have any idea what the president's reaction was when Dr. Rice called him this morning?
George, I have not heard that. We are being told right now that the press secretary is going to answer a few questions for us on off camera, so I'll have more on the president's reaction at that point. But I can tell you that this was, as I get drip down here, a problem that had become more and more urgent for this president. Recall, after the toppling of the statue, the attitude of the president and of his administration was Saddam Hussein's regime is gone. Doesn't really matter where he is. Over the weeks and months, as the insurgency mounted, as the attacks became more frequent and more serious, there's no question that officials here realized that the capture or killing of Saddam Hussein was a key aspect of the post-war effort. As I've said, one of the senior officials here told me recently that it was his opinion that the capturing of Saddam Hussein and the restoration of electricity were the two things that were the most important aspects in the drive towards really securing and stabilizing Iraq.
Okay, Terry Moran on a snowy but very happy White House this morning. And I want to turn to Richard Clark, who served in 3 White Houses for President Bush, the first President Bush, President Clinton, and President George W. Bush on counterterrorism and counterintelligence. And Mr. Clark, let me just start out. I was so struck, as I'm sure everyone was, by those pictures, by the pictures of a resigned, tired, on the edge of doddering Saddam Hussein. And we talked very early this morning about this. I was surprised most of all because it seemed that he didn't take the opportunity to kill himself, even though, according to General Sanchez, he had a pistol and 2 AK-47s in that hole with him.
Well, George, they're stunning pictures, and this is an historic event, a great success for the administration, an end to a 6-month-long manhunt. I guess it tells us a lot about the character of Saddam Hussein, that he didn't go down fighting. He didn't take the opportunity to take out a few U.S. troops with him, and instead went quietly. It proves that, after all, he is a coward. And the trial that we're going to see coming up in the next several months will be a great way of having reconciliation in Iraq as all the evidence comes out about the heinous things that he did, many of which are unknown to the Iraqi people.
We've heard a lot this morning about what this will mean for the security situation in Iraq. Earlier this week, General Sanchez said that it wouldn't necessarily lead to an immediate decline in the attacks, and some people even predict now a quick surge followed by what they hope will be long-term stability. What's your analysis?
Well, we obviously don't know, but I think there is reason to believe that the people who have been attacking the U.S. troops were not in communication with Saddam, that they were autonomous and independent cells. They will continue to attack us. Their motivation remains. And they're also outsiders, some small number of al-Qaeda type outsiders who've come into Iraq. Their motivation remains. And there is at least the possibility that all of these people will try to demonstrate that there still is a resistance and that they will therefore stage a wave of attacks in the next several weeks. And therefore, Sanchez is probably increasing U.S. security now. And as the trial starts, he'll have to increase security as well. So it may not have a big effect, either in the long term or the short term, on the security of U.S. forces.
Okay, Richard Clark, thank you very much. And we'll be right back with the ranking Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Joseph Biden.
This Week with George Stephanopoulos, brought to you by ConocoPhillips, where others see obstacles, we see a chance to elevate. And by The Document Company, Xerox. There's a new way to look at it.
The great ones elevate their performance. On the biggest stages, with the highest stakes, they're able to summon something extra, and by sheer will, produce wonders. As a global energy leader, expect big things from ConocoPhillips, and watch our performance elevate.
Of course, everyone has the right to be published, but the odds are against you. Why? Money. A publisher must commit thousands of dollars for an initial...
That's not exactly true. With on-demand publishing technology, everything's digitized. People can even print one book at a time, and forget warehousing. So now everyone here can get published.
Yeah.
Come on. ABC invites you to spend the holidays with Sunday's best.
Never give up. Never concede.
Nucci is irresistible. Hudson is a force of nature. 10-8.
I still love him.
And it's a thrill ride you never want to end.
Surprise.
Alias. Then, James Spader is magnificent. One of the real gems.
Are you attracted to me?
Are you looking for a slap?
The Practice. The season's best are on Sunday's best tonight starting 8/7 Central on ABC.
And we're back now with Senator Joseph Biden, the ranking Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator Biden, I see that smile. This is the end of an era.
Good day. Very good day.
I hope you, what I want to do right now is we've just gotten some tape in from Tony Blair, the Prime Minister of Britain. I hope you can watch that with us and we'll come back and ask you some questions.
Okay.
Here's what Tony Blair had to say just a little while ago.
The shadow of Saddam is finally lifted from the Iraqi people. We give thanks for that. But let this be more than a cause simply for rejoicing. Let it be a moment to reach out and to reconcile. To the Sunnis, whose allegiance Saddam falsely claimed, I say there is a place for you playing a full part in a new and a democratic Iraq. To those formerly in Saddam's party, there by force and not by conviction, I say we can put the past behind us. Where his rule meant terror and division and brutality, let his catcher bring about unity, reconciliation, and peace between all the people in Iraq.
Unity, reconciliation, and peace. That very much echoes what Ambassador Bremer was saying in Baghdad this morning. What should the United States do right now?
Well, I think the first thing it should do, George, is echo those themes. Look, it seems to me that this upcoming trial, whatever form it takes, it'll be under Iraqi direction, is a phenomenal opportunity to expose all the Iraqi people to the depth of the degradation that Saddam Hussein put them through and the atrocities he committed. And further, I think it communicates, if it's done well, to the entire, not just Arab world, Muslim world. So it puts in a very different light the reason why we're in there. And the second thing I think we should be doing, George, is continuing this effort to internationalize it. So from this moment on, it doesn't appear as though we, having completed the job, quote unquote, taking down Saddam and capturing him, look like we are the legitimizers. The international community should be in on this deal, and the administration has begun down that road. So this is really a new opportunity, and I think to really not only change the circumstance in Iraq, but change our perception, the perception of us, unfairly held in the Arab world and the larger Muslim world.
Well, when you say the trial should be done well, what does that mean?
Well, I don't think it should be rushed. Now, obviously, you know, there's Iraqi justice is going to want to be swift and a powerful sword, but I'd like to make sure that it's done more like what was done with Milosevic, and that every single thing is laid out there, so they have all the proof for the international community and the human rights groups of the tens of thousands of people killed, this catalog. So there's literally a graphic trial showing the extent of what he did, not merely in effect showing that he's justified for being executed or put in prison the rest of his life for a single act. Catalog it all, because that in turn gives a subconscious further justification in the Muslim world and the Arab world in particular for why we are there, even though we went in for weapons of mass destruction, among other things. So I think it's important it be done right, that is, by laying out in detail what he did and how he did it.
Yeah, you bring up the example of Milosevic, but we've also seen how Milosevic, in his war crimes trial, obviously he was the former leader of Serbia at The Hague, has used this to propagandize on his own. Is there any danger there for the United States, say where Saddam Hussein talks about the cooperation he had with the United States, close cooperation for many years in the early 1980s?
Well, the answer is yes, there is, but I think that gets trumped. I'm not looking for a 2-year trial here like we did with Milosevic. All I'm suggesting is that the forensic evidence that is that's already being gathered, and the extent that the portions of that evidence haven't already been destroyed, that be marshaled in a way that the whole picture of who Saddam is be laid out there. And on balance, the truth of the matter is, I don't think we have much to worry about in terms of our former support for Saddam when it becomes clear as to how this man had progressed and what he'd done.
Finally, you also said that this is an opportunity once again to internationalize the effort. That's obviously something you've been calling for an awful long time. What specifically now can President Bush do differently to try to bring in more international help?
Well, to his credit, he's already begun that. I just got back from NATO headquarters in Brussels, and both his Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State bracketed my visit. They both asked for NATO forces to take over the operation in Iraq over time, and that would in turn allow the coalition of the willing, possibly even Russians and others, to participate if that were to occur. Secondly, he has already announced that Bremer's mandate is going to end the end of May. We're going to have to replace that with some other entity. I think we should go back to a high commissioner like we had in Kosovo, where Americans aren't being killed, reporting directly to the Security Council. In my discussions with President Chirac, he indicated that, well, they could even just report to the P5, the permanent 5 members. The point being that the political apparatus now include moving directly to reporting not just to Washington, D.C., but to Paris, London, Berlin, etc. That, in fact, takes the onus off of that this is an occupation by us seeking something we're not, whether it's oil or domination. And the third thing, I think, George, has already begun by the President, and that is that he's calling for more input from our Arab friends and the Arab nations. And this may be the very catalyst that allows us to begin that process which allows us ultimately to get our troops out of there sooner than later and leave behind a stable Iraq, and that calls for the elections. This one last thing, George, Sistani and Bremer have been, Sistani, as you know, is the Shia leader, calling for direct popular elections. Bremer is talking about having Iowa caucus kind of elections, caucuses. I think this strengthens Bremer's hands because the Shias are going to be overwhelmingly overjoyed. I realize that's over the top, but they are about the capture of Saddam, and it gives us a little more leeway.
Senator Biden, thank you very much. And we'll be back with 3 Republican senators, the Majority Leader Bill Frist, Senator Chuck Hagel, a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and Senator Susan Collins of the Armed Services Committee. Stay with us.
The impossible is what can't be done until someone does it. A frontier is what's undiscovered until someone explores it. That's why there's nobody else out here like the deepwater explorers of Kerr-McGee, building the world's first truss-bar floating platforms that maximize production to fuel the American way of life. Nobody rules the deep water like the explorers of Kerr-McGee.
The stock market has changed, and this time we're going to change with it.
Well, I'm doing more homework now, and I need information I can trust.
And that's why we developed Schwab Equity Ratings.
I don't want to make the same mistakes I made in the past.
Schwab Equity Ratings are fact-based evaluations of a stock's potential performance.
I want a better way to find quality stocks.
Call 1-888-8-SCHWAB to get your 3 free Schwab Equity Ratings on stocks of your choice and to find out how you can get up to 25 commission-free trades. Get a clear perspective on your investment decisions.
The whole notion of getting a website was just intimidating.
Who's going to design it? Who's going to host it?
And how much is it going to cost?
Introducing Website Solutions from Register.com. You can build your professional website and host it for as little as $4.95 a month. Getting your business online has never been more affordable.
Register.com makes it easy. They helped us create our site, and they host it.
And it's costing us less per month than a double mocha.
Register.com. Website solutions start at under $5 a month.
You make it clear I own this town.
Tuesday at 10, 9 Central, ABC shatters the boundaries of network television.
Why is Malloy always one step ahead of us?
Prepare to cross the line between the FBI and the mob.
What do you want me to do? Steal the money back?
Yeah.
A new Line of Fire, Tuesday at 10, 9 Central on ABC. Viewer discretion strongly advised.
Oprah Winfrey. She's changed so many lives. Now, see what's forever changed her life.
Did you choose this, or did it choose you?
Emotional, startling, unexpected. You've never seen Oprah like this. Diane Sawyer with Oprah Winfrey. Her personal journey. A riveting primetime special, Wednesday at 10, 9 Central.
This Week with George Stephanopoulos will continue in a moment, after this from our ABC stations.
The NBA on ABC premieres Christmas Day.
We brought together a dozen women with hair loss to show them a new solution to their problem. We demonstrated it with 3 makeovers. What were the reactions?
Looks beautiful.
It's gorgeous. They're raving about the graduated enhancement method. Forget wigs, forget hair extensions. Graduated enhancement adds as little or as much human hair as you need. Beautifully.
Call now for your free information packet. 1-800-554-3000. Studios in Tri-State area.
I have asked Robert McNamara to assume the responsibilities of Secretary of Defense.
I know what many of you are thinking. And I want to tell you you're wrong.
Rated PG-13, only in theaters, starts Friday.
Erasing the scars of domestic violence. Eyewitness News, Monday at 5.
And we're back now with Senator Bill Frist, Senator Susan Collins, Senator Chuck Hagel, and our own George Will. Thank you all for being here. And we want to talk to all of you in just a second. But Terry Moran is at the White House now, and he's just come out of a briefing. And Terry, what have you learned?
A couple of things, George. First, the president will address the nation at noon today from the cabinet room here. And then we got a little bit more information on what he's been doing since he received word yesterday about 3:15 in the afternoon from Secretary Rumsfeld that this raid in Tikrit outside of Tikrit had been executed and that there was strong indications that the U.S. military had captured Saddam Hussein. This morning, the president has reached out to two foreign leaders, and this is very significant. One is Tony Blair, as you might imagine. He's spoken with Mr. Blair this morning about 8 a.m. Eastern. And he also called Mr. Adnan Pachachi, the current president, currently serving as president of the Iraqi Governing Council, to express his support for the future of the new Iraq, as we were told. That is obviously significant in that regard. After receiving the news yesterday from Secretary Rumsfeld, the president was involved in a series of conversations with Mr. Rumsfeld. Finally got confirmation this morning, as we said, at 5 a.m. He called Vice President Cheney, then told his wife, and is now preparing this address to the nation for today at noon Eastern.
Okay, Terry, just one quick question. When he got that call at 5 a.m., do we know what finally allowed everyone to say, yes, this is definitely Saddam Hussein?
Well, he was very interested, we're told, on how confident and how the confirmation would be reached when in fact, he did ask how confident is General Abizaid over this identification, and when he was told it was markings on the body, physical attributes of Saddam Hussein, he said that is good news, in something of an understatement, and he was probably saying it with a big smile on his face.
Okay, Terry Moran, thanks very much. And now I want to turn to Senator Frist, because I know you also talked to the president. How did he seem?
Well, he was clearly upbeat. He was happy. He went immediately to the Iraqi people. He said it's a great day, a big day for our troops. It's a great day for the coalition, showing that we have a mission and we have a plan and we're meeting that mission and that plan. But then very quickly came back to where his heart really is, and that's the Iraqi people. Talking about a young 25, 30-year-old person in Iraq who has seen now 300,000 mass graves, seen 80,000 people killed up north by chemical weapons, and just 10 years ago, 12 years ago, what that individual must feel like today with his or her family, the first time in his or her life to have this oppressive burden, this mass murderer, this dictator all of a sudden gone out of the picture. A magnificent day for those Iraqi people.
Did he give you any indication at all on what specifically the United States policy would be going forward, or if there would be any kind of change in course given this capture?
No, we did talk about the future, and I had a chance to talk to Condi Rice as well. And although this is a leap forward, a huge step, both very quickly to say, we're quick to say that this is part of a stepwise, determined, focused mission we'll continue to march forward. Nobody has that crystal ball to predict what will happen tomorrow. I hope that we see the Iraqi people respond to that request by Bremer and then Tony Blair just a few minutes ago to reconciliation, and possibly lay down those arms to re-examine both where they've been and where they're going in the future.
Senator Collins, you're a member of the Armed Services Committee. I know you were in Iraq this summer, back in July. Senator Biden, just a few moments ago, said that this is the time now to internationalize even more what is happening in Iraq. Do you agree with that?
I think it would be helpful to have more international troops assisting with the security of Iraq. The coalition forces have borne the burden so far, and perhaps this will finally prompt some of the countries whom we have asked to send troops to do so. I hope so. It certainly is a great development.
Senator Hagel, Terry Moran told us that the president called Tony Blair and Adnan Pachachi. Is the time to call French President Jacques Chirac?
Well, I'm sure the president will call the French president. George, this is the most significant event since the invasion of Iraq. This is an opportunity, just as Senator Biden said, as Bill Frist noted what the president said a few hours ago. This is an opportunity not only to deal with Saddam, allow the world to see how it's done the right way, allow the Iraqi people to do the dealing, increase the internationalization of the effort so it's not seen just as an American deal, an American show, bring the rest of the Arab Islamic world into this. There's an opening and an opportunity here to really do some things that we've been struggling to do. So this is a very, very important day, probably historic.
Let me try to separate the two questions. Both you and Senator Biden said this trial has to be done correctly, and you talk about internationalizing the effort. Does that mean in your mind that the trial itself should be internationalized, or just the reconstruction, rebuilding, security effort?
George, I don't think you can separate those pieces, and here's why. What's critically important here is the underpinning of confidence and trust the Iraqi people must now eventually have in how all of this was put together. It's their country. It'll be their decision-making process that will ultimately lead them to, hopefully, democracy and all the things that we hope will happen. But that starts one piece at a time, just as Bill Frist noted that the President said. And certainly how we deal with Saddam Hussein in a tribunal, who tries him, is part of that. I'm not equipped sitting here this morning to figure all that out. That's well beyond me. But don't underestimate the importance of that process.
George, this is going to be the critical question. Who tries him, how he's tried, how quickly he's tried, what comes out in the trial? What's your view?
Well, Senator Biden's quite right. This is an opportunity. First is the educational opportunity. We tend to forget that had at the Nuremberg Tribunal they not deployed for the first time for the world the evidence of the Holocaust, Holocaust denial would have begun a lot earlier and would have been a lot harder to stop. First they had to establish the facts, and this trial will do that. Second, this is a chance for Iraq, saying these were crimes not against humanity, largely against the Iraqi people. Of course, the Iran-Iraq war enters into this somehow. But Saddam did not commit crimes against humanity in the Nuremberg formulation. These were crimes against those people who now, it seems to me, should try him, and in the trying of him, establish certain predicates about what Iraqi justice is going to look like in the future. Remember, the Nuremberg Tribunal had one terrible anomaly. One of the 4 charges that the Nazis were tried for was waging aggressive war. Sitting in judgment were Soviet judges. The Soviet Union had been Hitler's ally when he waged aggressive war, first against Poland and then against the drive into France, Belgium, and Holland and Western Europe. Some Iraqis might say it'd be a bit odd to have the European Union, the major members of which were not helpful in removing Saddam Hussein, then coming around to say, now we'll sit in judgment on Saddam Hussein.
I want to get all your reaction to that as well, but we have to take a short break, and we'll be right back with Senator Frist, Senator Collins, Senator Hagel, and George Will.
Oh, hi, Dottie. Yeah, she's right here.
Hi. Hey, you know about these things. Medicare. How can I make sure I'm getting the most out of it?
Looking for answers to questions about Medicare? It's right under your nose. Call 1-800-MEDICARE. Real answers from real people on everything from prescription drug assistance to cancer screenings. 1-800-MEDICARE, your official source.
Well, who do I call about Medicare? 1-800-MEDICARE.
My husband's gonna cut you off when the light turns green. I'm driving with my knees.
You don't always know who to avoid out there.
I'm really tired.
That's why every Saturn L300 comes standard with ABS brakes, traction control, and head curtain side airbags. Finance the new 2004 Saturn L300-1 for $249 a month. See your retailer for details.
That's me. And this is Kate. She's just like me. First bike ride, first prom. Then my little girl grew up. Around then, I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. Still, things were looking up. Until I turned 50. I felt 90.
For some, there's Remicade. Remicade relieves the pain of RA and helps stop further damage to your joints. Your doctor may add Remicade if you're on methotrexate already and not responding well. Remicade is not for everyone. Certain people with heart failure should not take Remicade. Serious, sometimes fatal infections such as TB have been reported. Your doctor should evaluate your risk of infection. Tell your doctor right away if you develop any sign of an infection while on Remicade. There is a risk of serious infusion reactions which may include hives, difficulty breathing, and low blood pressure. Call today and talk to your rheumatologist.
Last year, Kate was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. And she's so young. At least she won't suffer like I did.
Monday on a bonus episode of Threat Matrix, this team will stop at nothing to keep the homeland safe.
Get down!
A Threat Matrix bonus episode Monday at 8, 7 Central on ABC.
'Tis the AB season when Bridget gets the starring role in a holiday play.
What's the play?
Annie.
It's the story of Anne Frank, you idiot!
Can she pull off the greatest role of her life?
It's the Diary of Anne Frank.
She was real? Oh my gosh. Is Bridget Jones real too?
8 Simple Rules, followed by I'm With Her. All new ABC Tuesday.
And we're back. And Senator Collins, let me have you pick up where George Will left off there. The specter in his mind that The Hague would be taking over this trial. Do you think that's a good idea or a bad idea?
Well, I'm not inclined in that direction. The idea of having a French judge perhaps sit in judgment is not an attractive one, as we were talking during the break. It seems to me that we have to proceed very carefully and think out all the ramifications of the trial location. There are security issues within Iraq that would have to be addressed, but it's the Iraqi people who have suffered most from the brutal regime of Saddam Hussein. So my inclination is to think that it should be an Iraqi tribunal that conducts the trial. But the first step is we have to thoroughly interrogate Saddam, get the information that we can, and then decide how to proceed.
Senator Hagel, you just returned from the Middle East, from Morocco, I believe, and given what you learned there and from your many trips to the region, what do you think the United States now, what's the best use they can make of the events of today to reach out? You say that we're calling the Iraqis to reach out, but how do we reach out to the other Arab nations, other Middle Eastern nations?
I think the first way you do that is include them, be inclusive. I take some issue with Senator Collins' comment on the French judge. I mean, the French are easy to kick around. We've been doing that for a long time, and in many cases they deserve it. But now this is a time, it seems to me, to take the high ground. And we can afford here to reach out and bring other nations in. You know, the contracting issue this week that's dominated the news, I didn't think that was very smart, mainly because we have an effort going on one side to bring in people, but yet on another side we're pushing them away. Here's an event here that everyone benefits from. This is a common interest of the world, that this guy has been caught, to try this guy, to get this guy out of the way. Why would we push people away? So Susan's right, we need to think it through and be careful, but I go back to the last comment I made to you. Don't underestimate the importance of this, because the rest of the world, especially the Arab world, the Islamic world, that we're going to need over there to help bring some resolution and hopefully democracy to Iraq is going to be critical to this, as well as other nations, our allies.
Senator Hagel says reach out. You also raised some eyebrows last week at the flap over the contract. You seem to suggest that you thought that was a little too hard line. Is it now time for a new approach?
Well, I think this gives us an opportunity to get that appropriate balance. I would argue, though, a little bit different tone today, that today really will be a focus on the Iraqi people. The images of him being pulled, Saddam Hussein being pulled out of a hole today, the fact that there are 300,000 people in mass graves that he put into these holes, the idea is that he's buried weapons in the holes. All of a sudden, this coming out of that hole, I think, is very symbolic. Yes, for the world, but again, back to the Iraqi people. The informant was an Iraqi informant who gave us the coalition information. Again, it's Iraqi. And what George said about the focus on, and he's an Iraqi problem, a problem created for the world, and I would argue as well that the response should be predominantly an Iraqi response. That's where the mass murders have been. That's where the chemical weapons have been used. Yes, he's invaded other countries, but it's their freedom for the last 20 years that have been stymied and shackled that with today all of a sudden are unleashed.
Yes. In victory, said Churchill, magnanimity. And we're victorious, and we can afford to be magnanimous. But Saddam Hussein isn't a prop in a drama for a great American gesture. He doesn't belong to us. This is an Iraqi problem, and this is a moment for the Iraqis to say, we can handle this. We're asking them to handle democracy, free press, political parties, all the rest. This is a first step. We can handle a gross case of criminality in a criminal justice system.
Let's talk about those pictures for a second. You point out these pictures of Saddam Hussein hiding in a tiny crawl space, his hair unkempt, the picture really of a coward in these final days. What difference will that make in Iraq and the Arab world?
There is a cultural aspect of the Arab world which does not respect losers. It's human nature, actually, to like a winner. That's why so many people are Yankees fans, I guess. But in fact, there is a tendency for people to follow the big battalions. He doesn't look like a big battalion. In the end, he looked humiliated.
This has to be the best possible way for this to end for the United States. No mystery, no death in a blaze of fire. Do you agree?
Yes, and no uncertainty about whether or not we got the right person. I think in the long run, this is going to be very demoralizing to the remnants of the Ba'athist regime. In the short run, who knows, it may prompt some of the insurgents to strike even harder, but in the long run, this clearly signals that the game is over.
And Senator Hayes.
When you met with Saddam Hussein, did you feel that he had any remorse or like he needed to apologize to the Iraqi people in any way? For the criminals of war, which include Saddam Hussein, don't you, would that mean that it will be according to international law rather than the Iraqi law?
وجرائم حرب كافي خلي يجاوب اختصاص المحكمة.
The specialty of the court's specialty is criminal war crimes and crimes against humanity. That's what the court is specialized in, will be specialized in. This is, and according to this, the president will be tried. He did not seem that he was apologizing for the Iraqi people, or apologetic. On the contrary, he seemed sarcastic, and when we told him that the people are joyful on the streets, and we thought about the, he was saying he did not seem apologetic, but he was trying to justify his crimes the same way that he was justifying it when he was in power. Let me add something. We are not gloating. We are politicians. We received the news that he was arrested, and it was our duty to go and see him and just to check his status. This was the only reason that we went to see him.
Well, we don't know where's the money now. I imagine it's taken away from him. So he seemed to be was rather tired and haggard. But as my colleague Dr. Abdel said, he was unrepentant. He was unrepentant and sometimes almost defiant.
دكتور اتكلم عن الميكروفون. دوس على الميكروفون حتى يترجم. انت مترجم.
Iraqi governing council speaking of the first meeting with Saddam Hussein. He appeared tired and haggard, unrepentant, defiant. Let's keep listening.
He seemed to be unrepentant and even defiant sometimes. And he tried to justify his crime one way or another, saying that he was a just but firm ruler.
Well, the audio is clearly not what it could be, but these people who we've been watching are sort of the rotating 5 presidents of the Iraqi Governing Council. They were called to come and see Saddam Hussein face to face and are now reporting back to the people. These people say they are not gloating and then describe Saddam Hussein as tired and haggard, unrepentant, defiant, even justifying, according to one inside the cell, some of his actions in the same way he justified his actions when leading the country. I think we have the audio cleared up. Let's listen.
Can you hear me now? Well, I was asked what happened to the money. $750,000 were found on him. I have no idea what happened to the money, but certainly it was taken away from him. We found him obviously tired and haggard, but he was unrepentant and even defiant. He tried to justify his crimes, saying that he was a just but firm ruler. Of course, our answer was that he was an unjust ruler, responsible for the death of thousands of people.
الحقيقة يعني الرجل
Actually, the man,
صحيح يعني متعب يعني متعب نفسيا أو متعب جسديا
tired, physically tired and mentally tired, but we did not feel at any moment that he was apologizing to the Iraqi people or he had remorse for the crimes that he committed. And like Mr. Adel said, when we asked him, why did you kill Sadr al-Awwal and al-Sadr al-Thani and al-Hakim, he was sarcastic. He said, they are not Sadr, they are foot. That is totally sarcasm. When we talked about Halabja and the mass graves, he said, these graves, did you ask the relatives of these people, did you ask their family if whether they were terrorists, whether they were deserters, whether they were thieves? Asked him, we told them if we were in your place and you were in your place, if we give you to the Iraqi people, they could do horrible things to you. He said that the Iraqi people are just a bunch of hoodlums. He is a horrible criminal. There was no remorse for any crime he committed against the Iraqi people, the wars against Iran, not even about the Kuwaiti. He actually justified the Kuwait, Halabja and Iran. He is sick. I think he is sick. You don't believe it. It's beyond belief how sick this person is. I think there has to be a psychologist or a psychiatrist to examine him and check what kind of a paranoia he has. Let's go back to the issue of the $750,000 that was found on him.
Give him a chance. This is a free country, you know.
لا عبر الميكروفون حتى تسمع
سجل مع صدام هي مبلغ قليل من الأموال الكثيرة الطائلة التي نهبها من الشعب العراقي.
The $750,000 is actually an insignificant amount considering the money that was taken from the Iraqi people.
هذه الملاحقة مستمرة في الحقيقة يعني احنا باتصال
The follow-up, we're still following up. We are still in contact with a lot of countries to try to find these the monies that they are taken and trying to retrieve it or get it back.
بس بدون شعر هالمرة.
After arresting the former president, do you expect that there will be a change in the timeline of turning over sovereignty to the Iraqis? I don't think it will be. It will not be postponed. It will not be delayed. Actually, I think it will be earlier. Definitely, it will not be later than June next year.
هذا دعاء لا يستجاب.
خلود الزيادي من جريدتي ابن البلد والأخبار. عندما ألقي القبض على صدام
When Saddam Hussein was arrested, was there any military leaders or any politicians with him? There were 2 guards. He had rifles in this hole, but he did not use it. There was not one bullet fired.
لعله من المناسب إذا يسمح السيد رئيس لعله من المناسب أنه يوصف أنه كيف وجد.
I think we need to tell you where he was found. He was found in a hole like 8 feet deep, and the hole just could take one person. It's as narrow as this, and through this hole in the side there's another hole. He was living with rats, actually.
نجم الرباعي مؤسسة البركة الإعلامية. اليوم يعني طويت واحدة من الصفحات السوداء في حق
we closed black
على رؤوس أصحابها. هل
era for the Iraqi people. The members of the council have any information about the Ba'athist
رئيس إمبراطورية الشرق files اللي وقع أخيراً بالاعتقال. هل هنالك فكرة جديدة تستهدف في قضية البعثيين أو ملف البعثيين؟
Is there any
من يريد أن يقدم اعتذار للشعب العراقي أو
like
أن يلتمس
is it an inclination to the Ba'athist members for them after the arrest of Saddam Hussein for them to come forward and apologize to the Iraqi people and change their strategies? We hope that after the end of the Saddam era is to concentrate on the national issues. We have to rebuild Iraq as a free Iraq, a democratic Iraq that would consider human rights. And we do not mean, that does not mean that the criminals that committed these crimes will get away with it. After arresting of Saddam Hussein, before arresting Saddam Hussein, we used to say that our policy has 2 stages. One, the criminals and those who stole the wealth of the Iraqis, and on the other side, there will be a policy of forgiveness, looking at the past and considering the future. The past that Saddam Hussein had hurt a lot of Iraqis, and the future the bright future, the democracy, the freedom that that each Iraqi should experience in living in love and security. And Saddam was arrested today, and he was the head of a Ba'ath party, and it was clear from his answers that he does not even think of apologizing to the Iraqi people. Saddam Hussein was head of al-Ba'ath, and Ba'ath party was full of criminals. He killed the Iraqi people. He buried more than 1 million people in the mass graves. Me, the colleagues and I really care more about the victims of Saddam more than about Saddam himself. The procedures that is taken against the Ba'athists were not violent and not personal. We do not want to attack their families, but in the committee we have certain specified procedures, and also we have a very easy, significant procedure. We do not want just to prosecute anybody or anybody who did not or had not any role in these crimes, but we want to get rid of this party and its organization and any impact it has on the Iraqi people and forever. And we want to get rid of al-Ba'ath forever, and this is confirmed by the arrest of Saddam Hussein today.
Can you raise your voice?
Forget about the microphone. Raise your voice, raise your voice.
Capture of Saddam Hussein means a great victory as well, also for the Kurdish community in Iraq. Does it mean that the people suffered under the regime of Saddam Hussein, the victims of Anfal and Halabja, will get a final victory or final political
well, there is
on that issue?
There is a process of compensation for all the victims of Saddam Hussein, the Kurds and others, and this process has been established by the Governing Council, and we shall continue.
علاء الصفار من جريدة الدعوة.
Ali Safar from Al-Dawa magazine. We congratulate you and the Iraqi people and humanity all over for the arrest of the biggest criminal in the world. The question is, will the interrogations be held by the Iraqi people, and could it lead to getting information on like codes or information that Saddam Hussein only knows? Definitely the process will be by the Iraqi, the interrogations, the investigators will be Iraqis. Will it be like public? The trial will be public. What about the investigations? Investigations, no. The investigations, when the investigations are over, then the trial will start, and the result of investigations will be disclosed during the trial. We will comply with all the international law and standards of investigations. Iraq has achieved a victory by arresting this tyrant, but we will still comply with democracy, with the international law, with the judicial international law process. He said that the Americans will come. He did claim that the Americans will come to Iraq and that he will resist them.
إسماعيل عبد المجيد القطان صحيفة المنارة البصرية. هل كنتم
Were you expecting, as a council, were you waiting for the arrest of Saddam Hussein in order to go on with your programs in rebuilding Iraq? No, we always were hoping that he would be arrested, but we were working all the time for rebuilding Iraq.
عندنا فرص أخرى أخويا فرص أخرى
You are watching special live coverage on the Fox News Channel. I'm Linda Vester along with John Scott in New York. The most important news of the day, Saddam Hussein has been captured alive near his hometown of Tikrit in an operation known as Red Dawn.
The guy who disappeared from the face of the earth back in April 9th, the day Baghdad fell, found hiding in that hole in the ground, a spider hole, the military calls it. He was taken without a fight and without a shot.
But he was also captured apparently with about $750,000 U.S. in $100 bills, 2 AK-47s, a pistol, and two insignificant members of his regime, possibly bodyguards. And once again, we are told that it happened without a shot. Amazing to think, after months of trying to search for this man and his eluding capture, they finally took him without a single shot. Apparently, according to Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez, he was absolutely resigned to his fate.
A man who almost wanted to be caught. Relieved is one of the words that was used to describe Saddam Hussein. You see him here in this picture released by coalition forces before his scraggly beard was shaved off, but that has been shaved. A DNA identification has been made positive. It is, in fact, Saddam.
The first indications of how this all went down have now come into us. Apparently, sometime before 8 p.m. local time in Iraq, troops were working on a series of a couple of tips plus other intelligence information, and they went to the area near Saddam's hometown. They actually went to a town called Al-Adwar, and they searched 2 locations. Unsuccessful, didn't find anything, but they continued a cordon and search operation. It led them to a farmhouse, and specifically a mud hut. As they searched the mud hut, they found indications of what they call a spider hole, and this spider hole was about 6 to 8 feet deep, only big enough for Saddam Hussein to hide in, and there he was in the appearance you see on the left-hand side of his screen, and he now has been clean-shaven. He has been positively identified by other senior Iraqi detainees as the tyrant who ruled that country for many years.
It's just after 7 a.m. now on the West Coast. If you are just waking up to this news, this is the video that was played at a news conference with Paul Bremer just a couple of hours ago. This is the video looking down into that so-called spider hole where Saddam Hussein was found. It's about 6 feet by 8 feet. It has a ventilation fan up in the corner to allow him to breathe. There's a very small entrance, very well concealed. You can see the boots of the videographer, and these are the first images we saw of Saddam Hussein. The cheers that you hear erupting are cheers from journalists who had been assembled to hear the words of Paul Bremer. He said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we got him."
And the imagery is powerful. This is a man who is believed to have murdered hundreds of thousands of innocent Iraqis, even 40 members of his own family. And there he was in this footage, reduced to a simple captive, a man with a tongue depressor in his mouth being checked for head lice. And that is the imagery that is being beamed around the world, and specifically around the Arab world today. A little more information about how the operation went down. Apparently this involved 600 soldiers commanded by Major General Ray Odierno of the Army's 4th Infantry Division. It also included what is known as Task Force 121. This is a special operations task force that was specifically tasked with finding Saddam Hussein. They were all involved. It was Task Force 121 that actually went into the hole and got Saddam under orders, we are told now, not to kill him.
You folks in and around Killeen, Texas can take special pride. The 4th Infantry Division out of Fort Hood also very much involved in this raid. Will we ever hear from the soldier who went down and dug Saddam out of that spider hole? It's an interesting question. That person has not been publicly identified yet.
No, but we have been getting indications that they are at least planning some sort of news conference out of Tikrit with members of the task force who were involved in the operation. Once again, about 600 soldiers, commanded by Colonel John Hickey. We're talking about cavalry, we're talking about engineers, artillery, aviation, and again, special operations. And apparently it took somewhere between an hour and an hour and a half. 8 p.m. local is when we were told that they actually assaulted the first 2 places and found no indication of Saddam, and then went further on in this cordon and search operation. By about 9 p.m. is when they had cordoned the area and then removed Saddam Hussein. Now, it's being reported that he's going to be brought to trial there in Iraq. It's being reported by members of the Iraqi Governing Council. However, the U.S. military is not being so definitive right now. They have not said, and at this point there is no death penalty in Iraq. So that is still unclear as to what the U.S. military will do now that it is holding him in a secure location.
President Bush got the first indications that Saddam had been captured yesterday about 3:15 Eastern Time. That was a phone call from Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. It was confirmed to him early this morning, about 5 a.m. Eastern Time, in a phone call from Condoleezza Rice, his national security advisor. We're going to be hearing from Jim Angle, our White House correspondent, momentarily. Right now, though, we want to take you to Baghdad and our correspondent, Simon Marks. Simon?
Hi, it's actually David Pipe here at the moment.
Nonetheless, fascinating developments over in Iraq, and the news conference that we've been watching over the course of the last hour involving the Iraqi Governing Council is terribly important historically for Iraqis, and it also gave us a sense for the first time of the mood of Saddam Hussein after his capture, because those members of the Governing Council confirmed that they had not only had an opportunity to see Saddam Hussein following his capture, but they'd had an opportunity to speak to him. Now, every single Iraqi must have wondered at some point what question they would most like to put to Saddam Hussein if they ever got the opportunity. Those members of the Governing Council got their chance today, and their questions, they said, all revolved around the fate of Iraqi Shiite clerics who had been killed by Saddam Hussein, other resistors who had fought against the rule of Saddam's regime. And they reported at that news conference that Saddam expressed absolutely no remorse for his crimes. He offered no apologies to the Iraqi people. They asked him about specific Shiite clerics that had been put to death. He told them that those clerics were terrorists and that they should go and ask the Iraqi people about the crimes committed by those clerics before trying to bring him to justice over those issues. So the stage set for not just an incredible day today, but perhaps for many incredible days ahead, because the Governing Council says it's going to put Saddam Hussein on trial in public, and its members say that he is in a mood of resistance and not expressing any remorse. So the trial that takes place, if indeed it does come to trial, in Baghdad is going to be a quite extraordinary event, I would suggest, on a par with the Nuremberg trials that followed the end of the Second World War, possibly even more dramatic, because of course Adolf Hitler killed himself and was never put on trial at Nuremberg. Here in Iraq, not only does the United States have a significant number of former regime members, it also now has in custody the ace of spades himself, Saddam Hussein, and this is going to be a quite remarkable moment in history. history. It's also worth noting that today is very important for the members of the Iraqi Governing Council as far as Iraqi domestic politics is concerned, because many of those people you saw on the screen during that news conference over the past hour or so spent many of Saddam's years living in exile. They have only recently returned to Iraq. They are not widely known to the Iraqi people, and this was an extraordinary opportunity for them today to break the news of Saddam Hussein's arrest to the people of Iraq and to try and establish their own credibility and to try and enhance their own reputations with those people who presumably one day will be voting in a free and fair election in Iraq. John?
Simon Marks reporting from Washington. Thank you, Simon.
Another piece of news coming into Fox News Channel via some reliable military sources is when this raid went down, the Iraqi tipster who led to the location of Saddam Hussein, of course that person theoretically would be awarded the $25 million bounty, but apparently he was given some sort of down payment to the amount of $25,000. We'll have more details on that shortly. In the meantime, correspondent Rick Leventhal, who is based in Jerusalem currently, has been getting reaction from some of the Marines with whom he was embedded during the Iraq conflict. Rick?
Yes, Linda, and I actually woke some of them up because it was about 5 a.m. Pacific time when word of this arrest broke. One of the guys I talked to was Officer Brandon Austin. He was in the Marines as a reservist, and now he's a police officer in Marin County, California. He was actually on his way home from work. He told me that he was booking a guy into the jail when he looked up at the television in the booking area and saw the news that Saddam had been arrested and immediately, or captured, and immediately talked to the dispatcher and asked her to put it out over the airwaves, over the radio, to all the other police officers on duty to let them know what had just happened. He's very excited. He said that this is the cream of the experience, that it's vindication. He said that a weight on all the fighting forces has now been lifted, and that he thinks that a lot of people in Iraq were resisting because they believed that Saddam might come back into power, and he said, I don't know what they have to fight for now. I also woke up Lieutenant Dave Stagaitis, who was from the 3rd LAR. He was the commanding officer of Alpha Company. He said outstanding. He also said that he felt, after seeing the pictures of the Iraqis celebrating in the streets, that certainly this now justified what they went in there to do. He still believes there could be sporadic attacks, maybe even a spike at first as people react angrily to the word that Saddam had been captured, but he does think that things will improve over time. And finally, Linda, I woke up Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Cooper, who commanded the 223, led them into East Baghdad, and was one of the many people who were searching for Saddam Hussein. I asked him if he was upset he wasn't the one to catch him. He said, no, I'm just glad we got him. He also is going back to Iraq early next year with the 1st Marine Division, and he said his wife now feels better that he's going back knowing that Saddam has been caught. When I first woke him up, he said, "You're kidding me." Unbelievable were his first words. Very excited. Said all his Marines are no doubt excited as well. And he thinks that the people in Iraq will now give the Marines and all fighting forces their support and their trust more so now because they know that Saddam has been caught. He's no longer a threat to come back and hurt them. Linda, John.
Rick Leventhal, live in Jerusalem. A little piece of anecdotal information. Fox's Britt Hume has been reporting that the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, was spotted hosting a holiday party last night and seemed to be in extraordinarily good spirits, along with several members of the Pentagon brass, who also were in similarly high spirits. When asked if there was a particular reason, somewhat vaguely, he said nothing. He just had a series of good meetings with senior military leaders, and now we know that it was extremely good, that series of meetings. John.
You can imagine the joy at the Pentagon and elsewhere. This is a man who, according to a recent survey, may have killed 60,000 people just in Baghdad. That doesn't account for the tens of thousands of Kurds who were also slaughtered during his reign, and the victims of the Iran-Iraq war who also died under the tyranny of Saddam Hussein. Let's check in now with Jim Angle at the White House. He's got some more information about how President Bush got the good word. Jim?
Well, one reason Secretary Rumsfeld, John, was so delighted last night was not only did he know, he had shared it with the president. Obviously the president was pleased as well. Now we've learned that the president was called at about 3:15 yesterday afternoon by Secretary Rumsfeld to raise this matter. The conversation went something like this. Secretary Rumsfeld calls the president. He says, "Now, Mr. President, I have something to tell you, but keep in mind that first reports are often inaccurate." The president says, "Sounds like good news." Secretary Rumsfeld says, yes, General Abizaid, who is the commander of CENTCOM forces, General Abizaid reports that U.S. military forces believe they have captured a man that is Saddam Hussein. The president says, that is good news. And then the conversation went on from there. They discussed how they knew, how confident they were. Rumsfeld said they were quite confident. The president said, how do they know? At that point, the Secretary of Defense called commanders in the field and asked them how they knew, and got back to the president immediately and told him it was because of distinguishing marks and characteristics on the man thought to be Saddam Hussein, and that is why they felt good about it. Now, one of the things that happened at that point is the two of them discussed the possibility this could be an imposter, but it looked more and more like, in fact, it was Saddam Hussein. We're also told the president watched this briefing this morning where we learned about all of this, where we saw the pictures of Saddam, and now you can see people celebrating who also saw those pictures. And seeing, of course, is believing. In this thing this morning, you see Iraqi journalists standing up and screaming and pointing at the pictures of Saddam Hussein. The president was watching this news briefing and told people that he was particularly touched by the fact that the Iraqi journalists reacted the way they did. He also talked to Adnan Pachachi, who's the rotating president of the Iraqi Governing Council, and told him he was touched by that. Now, the president, as you know, is scheduled to speak at about noon today from the cabinet room, and to give you some sense of what he is likely to say, we were told this morning that the president believes that this is very good news for the Iraqi people, that Saddam Hussein was a brutal, oppressive dictator who was responsible for decades of atrocities, that the Iraqi people can finally be assured that Saddam Hussein will not be coming back. They can see it for themselves. And as you saw from people dancing in the streets there, they've obviously seen it for themselves. And though Saddam Hussein has often been a man who seemed to have more than 9 lives, many Iraqis are now apparently convinced that the end of the Saddam regime has finally come. John?
There are those, Jim, who have said that President Bush has made it personal between himself and Saddam Hussein. Might that be part of the reason that we haven't heard from the president yet, specifically about his capture?
No, I don't think so. I mean, one of the problems was he was scheduled to go to church this morning, and obviously a little pool of my colleagues goes with him everywhere he goes. I don't think the president wanted his first remarks on something this momentous to be in answer to shouted questions standing out in the snow on the steps of the church, that he wanted something a little more dignified than that, something a little more important to mark this moment, a defining moment, officials are calling it, for the future of Iraq. Obviously, it is very important to the president. It's very good news for the Iraqis. It's very good news for this administration as well. I think the president wants to mark it in as dignified a way as he can. John?
Jim, it's Linda with you as well. And when the president speaks at noon Eastern, 9 Pacific, we'll get more detail. But also, obviously, right after we got word from military officials, we started hearing reaction from world leaders. A question about how they would have found out, who in the White House would have been tasked with calling them, and would, say, Karl Rove, the chief political strategist, be in the loop here as well?
He was probably in the loop at some point, but not in the early loop. The president, when he learned, the first thing he did was call Vice President Cheney and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice and let them know. Now, the actual confirmation that it was indeed Saddam didn't come until about 5 a.m. this morning, when Ambassador Bremer called Condoleezza Rice, and at 5:14 a.m. she called the president to tell him that it was now confirmed that it was indeed Saddam. Now, the president has been making calls. He called Prime Minister Blair. He also called President Aznar of Spain, and he is calling other world leaders. Condoleezza Rice called Secretary Powell and CIA Director George Tenet and some other officials. So word is being spread, but it is the president himself who is calling other world leaders to impart the good news, and obviously this would be very important for the coalition. Tony Blair, as you know, was one of the first to speak out this morning. Very good news for the coalition and very encouraging news, perhaps the most encouraging moment so far for the prospects of a free Iraq liberated from Saddam Hussein and perhaps now liberated from the ongoing violence if the coalition is able to convince the Saddam holdouts that there is no future for them. Linda?
Jim Engel, live at the White House. Jim, thanks.
It is absolutely going to build the energy level at the White House. As you can imagine, aides have been rushing in from all over the Beltway area to get in there and staff that place up on this Sunday. But again, keeping in mind that the man you see in the middle of the screen as he looks today, Saddam Hussein, who quite literally was dragged out of a hole in the ground where he had been hiding, that it has been confirmed. It is him. He was captured by coalition forces yesterday, primarily U.S. troops, the task force that had been assigned to hunt him down, and also members of the 4th Infantry Division.
At this moment, it is being reported by the Iraqi Governing Council that Saddam Hussein will be put on a public trial for crimes against humanity, war crimes, and genocide. And some of the evidence will come from a growing cache of documents that have been seized, but also, more importantly, the excavation of some 270 mass graves in Iraq. As of the latest estimate, these 270 mass graves are believed to have held at least 300,000 sets of remains. And this clearly is an incomplete number of those who were killed by Saddam Hussein's regime over many, many years, from 1978 onward. Right up until 2003, Saddam Hussein is accused to have killed thousands, actually hundreds of thousands of people, whether it's Kurds, whether it's Shiites, whether it's even members of his own family. The total is expected to be well into the hundreds of thousands.
As we understand it, Linda, there have been about 41 of these mass graves exhumed so far, and they have a list of 270 potential locations, so more than 230 locations still to be checked out. Joining us now on the phone, Tanya Gilley. She is in Iraqi exile, somebody who apparently spent time in one of Saddam Hussein's prisons. Tanya Gilley, I'd like to ask you, as you look at these pictures of that bedraggled man, what goes through your mind?
Well, first of all, I just wanted to say I'm actually very happy to be given the chance to speak today, because it definitely is a very joyous day for me and the Kurdish people and all the Iraqi people, actually. Seeing Saddam caught and seeing him this week has definitely put somewhat of a closure onto the miseries of my people. And hopefully he will be tried in an Iraqi court where we can all avenge our loved ones.
Tanya, it's Linda Webster with you as well. A question about the resistance. There have been some people who have said that many people who have been involved in the insurgent attacks against Americans have been fighting partly because they believed Saddam Hussein would eventually come back and retake power, and that they wanted to be on his good side. Do you think that's the case?
I think the pockets of terrorism, I'd like to call them, not resistance, are there because they need to fight, because they know their end is near, and they're just basically hanging on to the last thread. And now, unfortunately, I'm foreseeing an increase in the resistance in the few days to come. However, this is definitely going to end it, just because these Ba'athis, these former Ba'athis, think that now that Saddam is gone, their days are definitely numbered, and they need to, it's a basically do-or-die situation for them.
I'm sure you've been paying close attention to the political discussions in this country and really around the world. You know, there were the protests in London over the coalition policies in Iraq, the war that led to, the deposition of this guy, the deposing of this guy. When you think about the numbers, when you think of your own experience, when you talk about perhaps millions of people slaughtered during his regime, do you think the world has ever really gotten the point about what kind of a man has been overthrown here?
Definitely not, because there are still a lot of atrocities that have not been uncovered. And with the capture of Saddam, we will find out more of the things that he has done. For example, hopefully we will find the locations of these mass graves. And just speaking for my family, we know where people from our villages, 2,213 people, their whereabouts are still unknown. They were part of the Anfal campaign. And trying to explain this to the people that have opposed the war, telling them, look, Saddam being gone is a good thing for the world. It's a good thing for all, not just the Iraqi people. It's a good thing for the whole of the Middle East, because once he is gone, the Iraq people can definitely now start living their lives and start practicing a true democracy that hopefully will influence the rest of the region.
Tanya, back to your what you described as the pocket of terrorism, those holdouts who have been attacking American troops. Now that they see that the game is up, do you think that Iraqis will be coming forward in greater numbers, even greater numbers, to American authorities to point out who these remaining bad guys are?
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's definitely. I just returned back from Kurdistan, Iraq, about 4 days ago. And let me just tell you, people were still afraid, with Saddam not being captured. But now that he has been captured, you will definitely find more and more people will come forward, and they will cooperate now, because for a while, people were starting to somewhat lose faith in the process of the capture of Saddam and so on. But now that he has been caught, basically it increases the morale of the people of Iraq and of the coalition military, the coalition forces as well, which will make more people come forward with information that they may have on other former Ba'athis and so on.
Tanya, just for those viewers who might just be joining us here at the bottom of the hour, I just want to restate, if you haven't heard the good news, Saddam Hussein has been captured alive, captured by U.S. forces who didn't have to fire a shot. And we're watching the video of his first medical examination, a bedraggled guy. They're checking his hair for lice, checking his mouth and so forth. His beard has since been shaved, but Saddam Hussein is now in custody. Tanya, here's my question. We throw these numbers around, and they are beyond belief. Some Iraqi political parties estimate that perhaps 1 million people were executed under Saddam Hussein. We can't conjure up numbers like that. I'd like you to share some of the personal stories of what happened to some of the people you know under Saddam Hussein.
Well, let me just start again. I'll say this again. I mean, from my family, from the Gili family, our villages, 2,213 people were part of the MFL campaign. 182,000 Kurds are still missing from the MFL campaign. That does not include the more than 5,000 people that were gassed in Halabja and all the mass graves in 1991 that were the cause of the uprising in the south also. With the drying of the marshes, thousands of people have lost their livelihoods. Some have gone, they've disappeared because they refused to leave their homes when the marshes were being drained and so on. And I can go on and on and on. And I definitely, if I just from the figures from my head, I could probably say it probably is over 1 million. And that does not include all the prison cleansing campaigns that we saw in the recent years, where because the prisons of Saddam were so full of people, they would just go on these execution sprees by shooting them and so on, just so they have more room for new political prisoners.
Tanya Gili, Iraqi exile, thank you very much. Once again, the footage that you've been seeing of Saddam Hussein is so powerful. This is a man who oppressed and terrified all of his people for more than 30 years. He was so feared, he was almost an Orwellian big brother figure in the country of Iraq. So to see him in such a reduced state, as a captive, as a humble, frightened man himself, is very powerful to Iraqis. Most important is finding out how they got the word themselves. They got the word themselves in their cities, in their towns around Iraq. David Piper, our correspondent in Baghdad, has more details on how they learned the news. David?
Hi, Linda. Yes, rumours spread very quickly here in Iraq, and that big rumour that Saddam had been captured caused huge celebratory gunfire around this location. But everybody was waiting for some confirmation from the coalition, and it wasn't long in coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
After getting a tip-off, 600 soldiers from the 4th Infantry Division and Special Forces descended on a farmhouse 10 miles south of Saddam's hometown of Tikrit. There they found a disheveled and bearded Saddam hiding in a spider hole. Reports say soldiers had to dig him out. This video of Saddam's capture was immediately beamed around the world from the news conference. He'd actually been captured yesterday evening, but the arrest wasn't announced until the coalition had conducted DNA tests on the man to confirm they had their man. The capture of Saddam is, of course, a massive boost for the coalition, and also Iraqis have been celebrating all over the country, from Kirkuk in the north, the Kurdish north, to the Shiite south and Basra. And there's been celebrations again tonight. Gunfire's been heard around this building, but perhaps one sobering note to mention at this time. Another US soldier died today after he was trying to disarm an explosive device. Now back to you.
David Piper, live in Baghdad. David, thank you very much.
So what is going to happen now with the capture of Saddam Hussein? Coalition leaders are warning there actually could be a spike in violence in the days ahead, even though many people have thought all along that if you get Saddam, it might all come to an end. Let's check in with Lieutenant Colonel Tim Eads. He is in Washington, D.C., and he'll give us some perspective on that. Colonel Eads, what do you think? What are the immediate prospects?
Well, immediately what's going to happen is you're probably going to see an increase in the violence, or at least the attempts at violence by the supporters of Saddam as kind of a retribution for what happened to Saddam, and to try to show they're going to stay and fight.
Well, and I also wondered too. They've got to pick a new leader there. I mean, he has been in charge. Somebody's got to take charge of this opposition, if you can call it that.
I think they probably have in essence, a chain of command already in place. I don't think Saddam, from what we're seeing of this spider hole, had the command and control apparatus in place to do the kind of things he did. But what's critical now for the U.S. and the coalition forces is that we're at a tipping point now. If we really bear down and focus on stamping out the last of these Saddam loyalists, or showing these Saddam loyalists that it's fruitless to continue, this thing can get rolled up pretty fast in Iraq. Then we can go back and focus into Afghanistan and find Osama bin Laden. That's the next task that we've got to accomplish.
Colonel, when you talk about this tipping point, one of the things that people will be looking for is another tip that leads to Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri. He is the man who's believed to be running the insurgency terror attacks against American troops. I believe it was only a matter of days ago that we captured his wife and I believe one of his kids.
Exactly.
So
his daughter.
His daughter, exactly. And so do you think that this will lead us pretty quickly to al-Duri's capture too?
It very well could, and that's what I said. We really need to put the pressure on right now. We need to protect our forces, because there is going to be some retribution tried to be taken, but at the same point we can't get into go into our base camps and put concertina wire in and not go out. We really got to go out there forcefully, well armed, well equipped, with the best intelligence we can, and jump on these guys as hard as we can jump on them.
I can't imagine, Colonel, what this is going to do for morale of our troops who are over there. I mean, it is a thankless job very often. It's climate-wise and everything else, it's a miserable part of the world to be stationed in. And for them to be getting this news that the guy who has caused so much trouble and caused so many hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, to lose their lives, that he is in custody, that's going to play very well among our soldiers.
Oh, absolutely. And remember, this was the 4th ID was the battalion that actually did the cordon around this location, and then Task Force 121 from the Special Operations went in. But the 4th ID were the guys that were scheduled to come in from the north through Turkey in April when we first started off Iraqi freedom, and the Turks would not allow them to pass through Turkey. So they had to go back, reload or stay on their ships and go around and come up through Kuwait. So these are some very frustrated soldiers who've been there for a long time, have done a lot of contributions that haven't probably got the pats on the back that the 3rd ID and some of the other Army units have got, and now it's their moment to shine.
Well,
so I'm sure those guys are smoking cigars right now.
It's also true that the 4th ID has taken some of the worst casualties,
Absolutely.
hasn't it?
They have had the best, through luck of the draw, they have had probably the worst area in that Sunni triangle, the worst of the worst in the Sunni triangle. So I'm sure they're welcoming their reward right now.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Tim Eads, thanks very much for your perspective. We hope you can stick with us. We want to get back to you a little bit later on.
Something both important and fascinating is going to happen about 21 minutes from now. There will be a news conference live from Tikrit, as you know, Saddam Hussein's hometown, but also headquarters of the 4th Infantry Division. We're being told by the U.S. military that there will be, at the base there, the U.S. base there, some of the soldiers who were involved in the capture of Saddam Hussein, who will be answering reporters' questions, talking about how it all went down. That's about 21 minutes from now. You'll see it here live on the Fox News channel. In the meantime, the larger question of how this will affect all sorts of things in the Middle East, worldwide. Former U.S. Ambassador Dennis Ross has just been traveling in the area and has been looking closely at that question. He's live with us now. Ambassador?
Good to see you.
So good to see you as well, and it is a day of celebration for a number of people, certainly civilization in general, but the bigger question, President Bush gave a speech in London recently saying that the United States would no longer look the other way while oppressive elites in the Middle East were
Right.
torturing their own people, et cetera, et cetera. And now this sort of gives added force, it seems, to that message.
Well, I think it does, but I think the more immediate effect in the region is going to be that maybe, in fact, the United States is going to succeed. When I was out there over the last 2 weeks, one of the things I was struck by in Kuwait and in Jordan was an increasing expectation that we would not succeed. And this was coming from two places where their need for our success was paramount. So the reality that Saddam, the symbol, is now going to be gone, the reality that an insurgency that at least is fueled in part by his still being there and a fear that he would come back, that also, I think, will have an effect on the psychology of the region as a whole. So I think in terms of being able to convey a message that the United States will in the end prevail, that message is likely to be much more reinforced today than it's been, at least in recent times.
Just an explanation of what you're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen. This is the U.S. base in Tikrit, Iraq. I mentioned a moment ago that we will be having a live news conference in about 20 minutes from now with some of the soldiers involved in the raid operation that captured Saddam Hussein. Basically, what you're seeing is both U.S. military officials and journalists, sound technicians, et cetera, trying to get everything set up, get the wires or get the microphones wired up, et cetera. We just want to let you have a look at it while we're getting closer to it, and as soon as it begins, we'll take you there live.
Ambassador Ross, I'm curious as to how we should handle the, for lack of a better word, the PR aspects of this capture. I mean, yes, the U.S. forces were responsible for it, but the fact is, this is something that we did on behalf of the Iraqis. They've got to decide what to do with him. They've got the tribunal to set up, or they'll have to set it up in order to try him. What happens now? How should we handle it?
Well, I think there's several different dimensions. One, in terms of the public relations, is to continue to convey this image of him being completely docile, compliant. He, after all, was the embodiment of defiance. And he was able to, I think, mobilize certain passions in the Arab world where there's always this sense that somehow there's been a humiliation. And the powerless stand behind those who stand up to the powerful. Here he is looking like, in fact, even though he was supposed to be defiant, even though he was the embodiment of defiance, he's completely compliant. He's almost resigned. He seems docile. So the more that image is conveyed, the more it will also, I think, undercut the remaining appeal of what he represents. That's number one. Number two, it is critical that the Iraqis be the one to try him, not us, because he will try to turn a trial of him with us into a trial of us. He will try to then recapture the imagery of defiance against us and make this a platform for himself against us. We want this to be the Iraqi people against Saddam Hussein, not Saddam Hussein against the United States.
Also, just simply a message that the legal system can actually work, because for years in Iraq, a trial was something of a joke over there. It was, it was predetermined what was going to happen, and any trial was essentially meaningless. And now it will be proof to the Iraqi people that a civilized system can work in their country. But there are also, there are so many even smaller questions. For years, Saddam Hussein was paying out money to people in the West Bank and Gaza to conduct murder attacks against Israelis, and now that money is dried up. No one's, in theory, there will not be anyone who is paying terrorists to launch those attacks there either.
Well, there will be continuing money that's coming from Iran and Hezbollah that's going to some of the Palestinians, but the point you raise is quite interesting. I was in Ramallah on Thursday, and in talking to a number of the younger Fatah people, they were saying that Hamas was riding higher now because they were basically inspired by what the insurgency was doing in Iraq against us. So think about the ripple effects of this. If it looks like now the insurgency, even if we do in fact see, I think, an increase in the near term, but if it looks like it can't sustain itself over time, it will have its effects elsewhere. Ironically, I think that we may actually see Hamas become more responsive to the idea of a ceasefire.
Ambassador Ross, talk about the politics of this for a minute. Tony Blair has taken a real beating over in Britain, over Britain's involvement in the coalition. President Bush has taken quite a bit of heat in Congress and elsewhere here at home. And anybody could point to the magazine covers that had, Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden still out there walking free. Well, now one of those two is in custody. How does that help the administration and the coalition in their relations with other nations?
Well, I think it helps it because, again, it's at least a symbol of success. All right, first he fell, but he escaped, and he was able to seemingly to be beyond our grasp. And that imagery in Iraq and elsewhere was that maybe somehow he'd come back. So maybe the whole purpose was not going to be achieved in terms of the mission of going into Iraq. I think that's one element, but I think maybe there's another element as well. One of the reasons it's so important to have a trial of him is because then you can begin to unearth publicly and have everybody see what a monster he was. When we begin, in fact, to highlight, in the context of a trial, all the mass graves, maybe 400,000 to 500,000 people dead in mass graves, it's going to be very hard to have a focus on anything but that. It's a very strange reality, but again, just having been in the Middle East, one of the questions I was asking so many of those I was meeting in the Arab world, why is it there is so little concern for the victims of Saddam? The focus on us, the focus on Tony Blair, what we did in the end was stop the madness as it related to the kind of mass extermination of what Saddam was doing and what his regime represented. Well, somehow all of that has been lost, but with a trial by the Iraqis of Saddam, that can be brought into a very clear focus, and I think that will have an effect in the region, in Iraq, and I would suspect here as well.
Ambassador Dennis Ross, thank you very much.
Want to check in with one of the leaders in the United States Senate now. Senator John McCain is in Phoenix, Arizona. Senator McCain, how did you get the news that Saddam Hussein was in custody?
I was sound asleep, and my administrative assistant called me on the telephone and very early this morning, and of course, I was certainly glad he woke me up.
Yeah, and your first reaction, your first words?
Thank God. And I should have added, thank the men and women who serve over there, who've done such a magnificent job, and the ones who are responsible for pulling this off.
Senator, a question about some folks in America who may have been wondering whether or not it was the right thing to go into Iraq, whether or not it was the right thing to risk American lives to take down this regime. Now that Saddam Hussein is not only in captivity, but also will be brought out to trial with all sorts of evidence of his atrocities, do you think sentiment might change a bit?
I hope it does, particularly in Europe, because I think once the European people see the extent of the incredible, horrible things that this guy did for 35 years, that maybe we'll get some more public opinion, which would then translate into more support from our European allies. The United States clearly, this is a great victory for the American people. I don't want to talk politics today, but it's a great victory for the kind of men and women we produce. In the Arab world, this sends a message to the Syrians and the Iranians that we're here to stay. We're there to stay, and we're going to see a democracy in Iraq, and they better start changing their way of doing business because their days may be numbered. And I don't mean militarily. I mean that when there's a functioning democracy in Iraq, the people of Iran and Syria are going to want the same things.
Yeah, I suppose it's possible that Saddam Hussein may know specifically locations of weapons of mass destruction caches that he and his military may have had. But even if he doesn't, it seems that the argument over WMDs has in some way eclipsed the fact that this is a guy who may be responsible for 1 million deaths in his own country. Do you think that his capture is going to refocus people on specifically that issue.
It'll refocus on it because when he goes to trial, and I hope he goes to trial in two places, in Iraq and in the World Court, because he committed crimes that transcended international boundaries. Look, I'm a novice. I only saw one mass grave where 3,000 people were brutally murdered. They're all over that country, and when it's brought forth in a methodical, fashion, the way you make a legal case, I think Americans and people throughout the world are going to be staggered at the magnitude of this guy's terrible crimes, and I think it's going to be a very beneficial thing, because then people will realize the enormity of this guy's crimes. And by the way, could I just add one point?
Please do.
The Iraqi people now are going to feel a great sense of relief, because in 1991 they were told that he was leaving, and he didn't leave, and he committed a whole lot of crimes. I think this is going to have a tremendous psychological effect, first on the Iraqi people, then on our ability to gain intelligence because of the absence of a fear of reprisal. But it's not over. Long way to go. Long way to go.
And after the failed uprising back in '91, there were a number of Iraqis who didn't believe that the United States would really be there for them. That's right. That would see it through, and this is much more powerful evidence that the United States would see it through.
And could I add? I'm sorry to interrupt. And could I add that now those people who were all over Baghdad and all over the Sunni Triangle saying, "Be careful, Saddam's going to be back," they don't have that message anymore.
Yeah, indeed. A question about how one would hold him. Clearly, the Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez, giving the news conference this morning, said, you know, he's being held in a secure facility, and we are prepared for any retaliation attacks. They have some 5,500 detainees, and some of them very senior from Saddam's regime. They would not keep him with the other detainees, would they?
No. No, and it would be under very secure guard, and it has to be obviously American. Now, the trial can be conducted, you know, by the Iraqi government, and I think that's appropriate. But the security measures will be left to no one else but Americans.
Talk for a little bit about the men and women in our military. I mean, they've hit a lot of dry holes in the search for Saddam Hussein. They've been taking, you know, casualties by the day with the roadside bombings and so forth. The fact that, you know, they have accomplished this mission after all of the problems that have been thrown at them, it's really a tribute to the way our fighting men and women have handled themselves over there, isn't it?
It's wonderful, and I'd like to make an important point that I know that General Abizaid is going to be making continuously in the next 48 hours or so. Look, his operational control was probably limited. It appears that he had a couple of AK-47s and a couple of people. His psychological effect was transcendent throughout the country. So even if we find out he wasn't orchestrating attacks or, you know, masterminding things, still the psychological effect is tremendous. And I think that the fact is that we are now can look forward to greater cooperation from the Iraqi people as we track down the rest of them. Remember, Abizaid's going to tell us there's Baathists, there's thugs, there's a whole lot of other bad people in Iraq today, and we've got a long struggle ahead of us.
Senator, I'm just going to offer you this new information and ask you to provide whatever context you might be able to, but our senior White House correspondent Jim Engel is reporting that the intelligence that led to Saddam Hussein's capture just a matter of hours ago, it did not come from any sort of walk-ins or tipsters, that there's been an invigorated effort over the past 2 weeks to find people close to Saddam Hussein, former bodyguards and the like, people who might have been in some way either loosely or closely involved in protecting him, and that's where this went. When you were, you know, checking things out in Iraq, were you able to kind of get a sense of what that effort was like?
Well, the effort was all out, obviously, and I heard the same information you did, that this was a result of going after some low-level individuals who had been associated with Saddam Hussein in the past. Well, you know, if I may have a little light moment here, then maybe we ought to give that $30 million to some of the men and women in the military to let them divvy it up.
Right. Senator John McCain, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm sure they would welcome that. Our man Jim Engel at the White House has some new information for us about the intelligence that led to the capture of Saddam Hussein. Let's check in with Jim now.
Hello, John. Well, that's right. And I think Senator McCain's idea would probably get a lot of salutes in Baghdad, especially this Christmas season. No, what we have learned from a knowledgeable official is that the intelligence that helped them sort of tighten the circle on Saddam did not come from tipsters or somebody who walked in and said, hey, I just heard that Saddam's holding up in a farmhouse somewhere. What happened was over the last couple of weeks, there has been a much more invigorated effort to go after people who used to be around Saddam. Former bodyguards, friends, associates, that sort of thing, to go and round them up. And not only them, but also their friends and neighbors and family and that sort of thing, and throw a pretty wide net, bring those people in and question them on what they knew about it. As one official described it to me, these are people who might have been instrumental in helping Saddam hide. But what happens is you bring in all these people, and a lot of them, this official said, would say, I don't know anything, but you know, my cousin knows a guy. And you would slowly work those kinds of leads and go one person to another person to another. And they finally got enough information. Within the past couple of days, someone pointed them to this area and to these two locations that they searched. Now, the fact that they didn't find him there tells you just how difficult it is to find him. And officials concede that American forces may have actually walked over him any number of times in the search for him because no one knew about this spider hole. It is not clear if the sources they talked to knew that he used spider holes or not, but they did point American forces to the region, pointed him to the area where Saddam was hiding. So this effort in the last couple of days produced fresh, new intelligence that sent them to the right place. Even then, of course, they didn't find him at first and finally stumbled onto this spider hole where you can imagine every time forces got near, he would crawl into this hole. And I would say it is nothing short of miraculous that they actually did find him. It would have been very easy to miss given the way he had hidden himself. And no doubt American forces had missed him many times before for exactly those reasons. That's what officials are saying resulted finally in the intelligence that got Saddam Hussein. Linda.
Jim, let me just explain to viewers. I think we also just have a new piece of footage in that gives us a better sense of this village, what it sort of looked like where it was. And we don't have a whole lot of detail coming in on it, but basically I've been able to get a quick look at it, and you will see it yourselves in just a moment. But you know, it looks like your basic remote Arab farmhouse in a bunch of scrub, and correspondent Brett Baer explained that this is an area that had been searched a number of times by American troops, and it was really just a matter of, you know, some solid information. And Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez was saying earlier this morning that it was, he mentioned an individual, probably there was more than one, but he seemed to hint that there was somebody, an analyst type, who had been working exceedingly hard and who would sort of put two and two together as a result of this operation that Jim Engel was talking about, that was trying to reach people within the outer or inner circle protecting Saddam, and they finally got that key point where they, there it is. This is the farmhouse, apparently, where Saddam Hussein, well, at least the mud hut, where Saddam Hussein was found hiding. Once again, here's what we're learning from U.S. military officials, that at about 8 p.m. local time, they had enough information to move. They had two locations in the town or around the town of Al-Adwar that they were checking. Those two locations did not pan out. They searched them, that was it. But they did continue with a coordinated search operation. Led them to this farmhouse, and as they searched the farmhouse, they saw a mud hut. As they searched the mud hut, they found something suspicious. It was and it was what they call a spider hole. It was camouflaged with brick and mud, and as they searched, there was Saddam Hussein lying in it. Now, some of our military sources are saying that those who were involved in this operation, some 600 soldiers, all with the 4th ID and with Task Force 21, specifically tasked with capturing Saddam Hussein, that they were under orders not to kill Saddam Hussein. We're working on getting further detail on that, John.
And there to the side of the screen, you see some of the money that was found, $750,000 found along with Saddam Hussein there at that farmhouse. It was, of course, as Linda said, the elements of the 4th Infantry Division that found Saddam Hussein late last night, Iraqi time, about 8 p.m., as Linda said. Greg Palcott is at the headquarters of the 4th Infantry Division in Tikrit, and he's got an update for us now. Must be a very happy place right now, Greg.
Hey, folks. Yeah, some very, very, very happy people. I know we've been romping around in Humvees and trucks and tanks for the past 4 or 5 months with these guys as they've been searching for number one. It's believed this is the hometown, the home area of Saddam Hussein, and if he was going to be anywhere, this was certainly one of the top areas that they'd be looking for him, and in fact, now they've found him. I talked to one soldier who was a part of the operation, and he said, man, we're glad we got him, and we're glad we got him before we left, because these guys are shipping out in about 3 months. Again, we've been with these guys since about May of this past year in the very, very extreme heat, 140, 150 degree heat, and we've been in vehicles where they've been saying, hey, we think maybe Saddam is in a white Mercedes, look out for him. So there have been some very, very strong tips over the months. But I can tell you, again, some very, very strong intelligence gradually worked up. They've been working the locals. They've been talking to the police chiefs. They've been talking to police officers, ex-Ba'athist. They've been rounding up a lot of ex-regime figures. In the past month, it's been very, very active. A lot more intelligence has been coming in, and now it's paid off. In this town of El-Dora, interesting enough, this is the old hometown of Itzhak Ibrahim al-Duri, so perhaps the number 6 on that list wouldn't be too far behind, so there's certainly a linkage there too. From our information, what we're getting, what we're hearing also, is that the Kurdish folks up here, the forces of the PUK, KDP, allies with the coalition, also played a role in helping to funnel information to the coalition, and that also helped them to lead them to this operation. But you're absolutely right. Some very, very happy people up here in Tikrit right now. Back to you.
Greg Palcott with breaking news out of Tikrit, Iraq, with the capture of Saddam Hussein.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
A defining moment in the battle in Iraq. That's Ambassador Paul Bremer there, the man in charge of the reconstruction of Iraq, telling a room full of journalists, really, that Saddam Hussein was captured living literally underground last night at a farmhouse not far from Tikrit. The room erupting into cheers as the assembly reacted to news of his capture.
And it happened yesterday, December 13th, the 13th. Turned out to be a very unlucky day for Saddam Hussein. Here's what we're learning in terms of how it went down. U.S. officials had been working for some time, working on getting inside the circle of those protecting Saddam Hussein. They got intelligence worth following. At 8 p.m. local time, they began an assault on the town of Al-Adwar, about 10 miles south of Saddam's hometown of Tikrit, an operation called Red Dawn with some 600 soldiers of the 4th Infantry Division and a special operations group known as Task Force 21. They searched 2 locations, found nothing, but continued a coordinated search operation, went to a farmhouse. We're now getting footage of that farmhouse, found a mud hut. That mud hut had a secret hole that seemed to be camouflaged with bricks and mud, and they pursued it, looked inside. It was a spider hole, as they call it, 6 feet by 8 feet, just big enough for one man, and inside was a rather disheveled Saddam Hussein. You're looking at live pictures on the right-hand side of your screen. That is a news conference in Tikrit at the U.S. military base there. We are expecting to hear from some of the soldiers involved in the raid in just a matter of moments. You'll see that live here on Fox.
Absolute professionalism on the part of our soldiers. 600 of them, as Linda said, were involved in this operation to catch Saddam Hussein. They didn't have to fire a shot. Saddam apparently put up no resistance. He was dragged out of that hole, looking very bedraggled, very much the worse for wear. Imagine this man who was used to sleeping in marble palaces for the last 35 years or so of his brutal dictatorship there in Iran, has been sleeping apparently in a hole in the ground 6 feet by 8 feet deep. As Linda said, we're going to be we're awaiting the news conference at the 4th Infantry Division headquarters. Tough to tell whether this is just a warm-up, a speaker test here. Let's listen in for just a second to see if this is the actual news conference, beginning with the men and women who caught Saddam Hussein.
For those of you who don't know, General Odierno, pronounced Odierno, O-D-I-E-R-N-O, first name Ray. He is a Major General, commander of 4th Infantry Division and Task Force Iron Horse. He'll open up giving a brief comment and then take your questions. When it comes time to the end of the press conference, I'll probably step up and say one or two questions, or he may ask to end it on his own, okay? He'll be here shortly. Thank you.
All right, as soon as we do see Major General Ray Odierno, the commander of the 4th Infantry Division, the man in charge of this whole operation that captured the biggest prize of this whole war, Saddam Hussein, we'll take you there live. In the meantime, some of the interesting details are coming out now about how word got back to Washington, specifically the president, who was at Camp David when he got a call about 3:15 Eastern Time from the Secretary of Defense. Correspondent Jim Engel takes it from there, live from the North Lawn of the White House. Jim.
Well, that's right, Linda. Secretary Rumsfeld called the president at 3:15 at Camp David and said, now, Mr. President, there's something I want to tell you, but you recognize that first reports are often inaccurate. And the president says, sounds like good news. And Secretary Rumsfeld said American forces in Baghdad have captured a man they believe to be Saddam Hussein. And the president said, that is good news. And from there, they went on with a discussion. They discussed whether or not it might be an imposter, how certain they were. The president asked how certain they were. Secretary Rumsfeld said they were pretty certain, pretty confident at this point. The president said, how do they know? Secretary Rumsfeld quickly got on the phone, called military officials in Baghdad, reported back to the president that they knew because, or were fairly confident because of distinguishing marks and characteristics on Saddam's body. And of course, by that point, they had talked with him, had taken a look at him. So the president was told, we are pretty confident. The president at that point said this should come out of Baghdad itself. It should be a military matter. It should be reported from the region rather than from here or the Pentagon. So the president apparently made that decision himself. He got on the phone, called the vice president and his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, at some point. They then informed other officials, and the president called this morning Tony Blair, who you heard earlier talking and making an announcement that indeed Saddam had been captured and that it was the end of the Saddam Hussein era. So that is how the president learned. Still, it wasn't quite clear overnight. They didn't have absolute confirmation until about 5 a.m. this morning when Ambassador Bremer called Condoleezza Rice here at the White House and told her, she called the president at 5:14 a.m. and told him that the man in custody was indeed Saddam Hussein. And that, of course, has made the White House very happy, and the president saying that this is a very happy moment for the Iraqi people and that they can now see that Saddam is out, will never come back, that his days are over. Linda.
All right, Jim, so when are we going to hear the president say that himself? Surely there will be some kind of a statement from him later today.
Oh, yes, absolutely. You can't let a moment like this pass. The president will hear from somewhere around noon today from the cabinet room. Will be addressing us. As we talked about earlier, John, he was going to go to church this morning. That was canceled, they said, because of the weather, even though the church is 3 or 4 blocks from here. Obviously, the president did not want his first public comments on something this important to be a response to a shouted question as the president rushed in during a snowstorm on the steps of the church. Wanted something a little more dignified than that. We will get it around noon Eastern. That will obviously be here on the Fox News channel as the president makes his first public comments about one of the most encouraging developments so far in Iraq as far as the rebirth of the country is concerned and the future of a free Iraq. John?
All right, Jim Engel reporting live from the White House. Thanks very much.
We are getting through a series of pretty reliable military sources, some more details about exactly how this raid went down. You remember that Saddam Hussein had a bounty of $25 million on his head. We're getting conflicting information as to whether or not there was a tipster. There may have been an individual involved who may already have received some money for his help to the U.S. military. Colonel David Hunt is with us from Fox Central, getting some more indications from some of his friends who are still active duty. Colonel?
Hi, good morning.
Without divulging anything that is too classified, you've been hearing that there is somebody who may be a recipient of at least a certain amount of money, correct?
Yeah, I think what happened is you got to walk in to the intelligence community and you got a down payment. If it turns out that to be true, this individual or his family, but certainly this guy is due for $25 million, which I believe was a reward for Hussein. The unit moved very, very quickly. As you already talked about, Task Force 20 is made up of some very special guys from Special Operations Command down at Fort Bragg, and about a battalion, about 600 or so guys from the Great 4th Infantry Division. And the commanding general, Denary, is going to come up and talk about it. But you probably won't see the special guys who actually went in first. My understanding is that they wanted to keep Hussein alive in order to have a trial in Baghdad so his own people could put him on trial rather than, like with his sons, have to drag him out and show the dead bodies. This, I think, was better for Iraq and for the whole effort, particularly for the Iraqi people.
All right, Colonel, if you would just stand by with us. Once again, what you're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen is a news conference that's about to begin in Tikrit at the U.S. military base, when we're about to hear from some of the soldiers who were involved in the successful raid, Operation Red Dawn, that captured Saddam Hussein. John?
All right, I want to bring into the discussion Ambassador Dennis Ross, a Fox News foreign affairs analyst. Ambassador Ross, with Saddam Hussein in custody, what are ambassadors all over the Middle East going to be saying to their host governments, regarding U.S. policy? I mean, how is this going to be changing the equation in that part of the world in the weeks ahead?
I think the most important message is that we have a mission. We are going to stay until it is achieved. The doubts that have been cropping up in the Middle East, certainly in the Arab part of the Middle East, can, I think, be arrested, at least in part. I mean, the fact of the matter is, at this point, the perception that somehow Saddam could come back or was orchestrating this, and that we wouldn't stay the course, that this was an insurgency that was going to create a kind of attrition on us, all of this was emerging in the Middle East, and I think raising questions about whether or not we would stay the course. Now, being able to point to the fact that we got Saddam, and having his imagery at the same time of being so compliant. This is a guy who had guns with him, but he made no resistance, didn't try to kill himself, simply gave up. I think that imagery is an important imagery for us to convey throughout the area. I think that the fact that we have him shows that we will do what we say we will do. All that will be the basic message that most of our ambassadors throughout the region are going to be conveying.
For years, all right, we're going to listen in now to this 4th Infantry Division news conference about how Saddam was captured.
This is Major General Ray Odierno in command of the 4th ID.
Forces to include 1st Brigade, 4th Infantry Division soldiers raided a compound in the town of Adwar, just south of Tikrit, on December 13th at approximately 20-30 hours. Hussein was found hiding in an underground crawl space at 8:26 p.m. Soldiers captured him without incident. 2 other people were captured with Hussein, and soldiers confiscated approximately $750,000 in U.S. currency. This is a significant event for the Iraqi people. The intimidation and fear this man generated for over 30 years are now gone. Many will rest much better tonight knowing Iraq is moving forward to a more secure environment. A significant blow has been dealt to the former regime elements still trying to hamper progress in Iraq. As significant as the last 24 hours have been for Iraq, the region and the world, our work here still continues. The capture of Hussein only strengthens our resolve to continue the fight against those conducting anti-coalition activities and increases our commitment to help in the ongoing efforts to rebuild Iraq. Conditions for the Iraqi people get better every day. The most important fact is that the former regime is gone. It is time to move forward and build on the progress that has already been made. Lastly, I want everyone to know how proud I am of the great soldiers of the task force and the division, and all the great soldiers, sailors, and airmen in our armed forces. They perform superbly each and every day. It's truly a team effort here, and all the successes we have achieved since our deployment in March. With that, I'd like to just first refer you over here to the left, where we have a couple diagrams. First showing you where Adwar is and about where he was captured, approximately 15 kilometers southeast of Tikrit. The second photo on the left shows you the area where there were 2 farmhouses, a farmer's field. There was then a sheep's place where they had sheep stored, and then you see the hut in the middle where Saddam Hussein was hiding. It was very close to the Tigris River. We also found several boats on the other side of those tree lines right along the river. As you move over further to your right, you'll see that the place where he was living at was basically 2 very small rooms in an adobe hut. One was a bedroom that was cluttered with clothes, some new t-shirts, socks, etc. that were in there, and some sandals. On the right was a very rudimentary kitchen that did have running water and a few other things. As you move, and you can see where the hole was, where he was found hiding. As you again move over to the right, you'll see on the top there, although it is not exactly how it was very smooth at the time, where that was covered with dirt. There was an insert that was made of styrofoam, so it was very light to pick up out of the hole, and on top of that was a rug. And then below that was, in fact, the hole, as you see there. It was a very narrow hole that was not very big at all. And very interesting that, in fact, you could just about see some of these palace complexes from there, and I think it's rather ironic that he was in a hole in the ground across the river from these great palaces that he's built, where he robbed all the money from the Iraqi people. With that, I'll take any of your questions.
Where is Saddam Hussein now? Can you tell us what you've done with him?
I don't. We have, whenever we capture any individual, we send them back down to higher headquarters, and then they're responsible for taking care of them from there. So once he left here last evening, I can't tell you where he is, but I can tell you he's in our custody. Sure.
Sir, can you tell us a little bit more about the group that found him, maybe a soldier who was happy to decide to pick up that lid and
what I would tell you, it was a combination of efforts. There's several different units involved, and of course, as any information at night, it was somewhat confusing. We're still doing our AARs, and we'll get more information. But there were soldiers from a variety of units involved that were briefed earlier today, and they were all very much involved in this operation.
So when these two particular armed buildings were searched before, Saddam Hussein was not found, what was that?
You're talking about that evening? Well, he might not have been there. We have been to this area before. We have been down this road before. That doesn't mean he's been there the whole time. My guess would be he has probably 20 to 30 of these all around the country that he moved around. I've said from the beginning, I believe he moves every 3 to 4 hours and very short notice, and I believe he moved probably to several locations such as this. I'm assuming we'll find out once we get more information from him. Yes, sir. Let me just, it's a long process, and this is not just something that happened overnight, and there was a lot of people involved in it. From the time we've gotten here, we've started to collect intelligence on a lot of high-value targets, to include Saddam Hussein. What we realized early on in the summer is that we believe the people we had to get to were the mid-level individuals, his bodyguards, and other people that we knew were closely associated with him. In addition, we knew it was always family and tribal ties. And so we tried to work through family and tribal ties that might have been close to Saddam Hussein. So there's a lot of people that were involved in this. As we continue to conduct raids and capture people, we got more and more information on the families that were somewhat close to Saddam Hussein. Over the last 10 days or so, we brought in about 5 to 10 members of these families who then were able to give us even more information. And finally, we got the ultimate information from one of these individuals. I will leave that question to someone higher than me. Sir.
How long was Saddam kept in the area, and how much can you tell us about how he left the area and where he went?
I would say that he was probably here not more than an hour or so after he was captured. He was taken by helicopter down south.
Did you ever come back to this area to see regional analysis in your headquarters?
I can't comment on that. They were not, it was all U.S. coalition forces that were involved in this operation. There were no, it was all U.S. forces involved. I say it was all U.S. forces involved in this operation.
Special forces involved?
There were special operating forces involved in the operation. I was not there, so I can't answer that question.
What was his mood? What was his demeanor, sir?
What I've been reported is a bit disoriented, obviously, as he came up, but that he was just very much bewildered, and then he was taken away. That's really, didn't say hardly anything at all as we first was taken in. I can't comment on what was said after that because he left our custody. He had a pistol with him that was on him.
Was there any resistance of any sort?
There was no resistance of any sort.
So what about the other two gentlemen that were with him? Were they in those buildings in the surrounding area?
As we approached, they started running, and as we cordoned off, they were picked up, and they're currently in our custody. Sure. We don't know. Again, I would say probably not very long, based on the fact that there was still, this is me talking now, nothing official. Based on the fact that he had new clothes still in wrappers and stuff, it makes me think that he was probably there a short period of time, but I couldn't tell you how long. Sure.
How long would it be when you got that critical piece of information you say you got from these family members? How long would you think that would be when you actually picked them up?
Well, I would tell you, one thing we've done very well here is use of actionable intelligence and turning it very quickly, and it was less than 24 hours. Did you? Anybody else?
This was a direct grade against Saddam Hussein. It wasn't directly out.
It was. Colonel Hickey, who I wish was here, I should have brought him in here. He came and laid it out for me yesterday afternoon and gave me a quick brief of what he thought was going to happen, just as a, and then he said it was going after what we thought was an HVT and potentially HVT number 1.
Was that necessarily Saddam, or?
We thought it was Saddam.
Where in that
It was, I can't answer that question, but it was in the open area. It was not down in the hole. It was in one of the 2 rooms there.
Anything else you can give us from the soldiers who found him in terms of, have you talked to them, any reaction about they were the guys who found him or anything along those lines?
I did talk to him. They actually just said he was very quiet. They got him out of there very quickly. And we tried to, once we figured out who it was, the main thing is we want to get them out there as quickly as possible down to other people who are more experts in doing interrogations. And we wanted to be able to identify them. I would say very disoriented, the soldiers. They were extremely happy. And they were extremely excited, but obviously they always do everything in their very professional manner. Sure.
His area, has there been any reaction from the town of Adwar?
There has not been any. Everything has been very quiet. I'm not sure what the reaction is going to be. I believe in the background everything will be very a relief, a sense of relief, I think, in most cases. So we'll wait and see what happens. And we'll just have to wait the next few days and see what happens.
General, can you give us any idea of how many troops were involved in this operation?
Yeah, there was about 600 soldiers involved in this. A variety of soldiers from aviation units, cavalry units, brigade reconnaissance troops, special operating forces, artillery units. They're all very much involved in this operation. It was very much a joint and combined operation.
How much area did you put
I would say it was probably about a 2 by 2 kilometer area that we cordoned off.
Can you tell us about the 2 other people who were caught by the killed Saddam Hussein and how did that get down the money? Was it in the hole or was it in the
Yeah, no, it was in that container just as we found it, and it was in the open part on the top there, sitting in one of the rooms. The people with him, again, they're still being interrogated, and I can't tell you anything more but that.
General, can you elaborate a little more on the timeline, that last piece of critical information, and when the 600 men went on the raid, they know at that time they were going to Saddam?
Well, I would tell you the leadership probably knew who they were going after. We do a lot of raids. All of you have been up here. We've done a lot of raids since we've been here, and we've done a lot of raids on different HVTs, and an HVT to us could be a mid-level individual. So what we normally tell them is we're going after an HVT, we're going to do a cordon and search, and this is our role in that cordon and search, and they conduct that operation. So the soldiers knew there was somebody in there they were actually going after who was targeted, but my guess is they probably did not know who it was until we were finished. Sure. Again, I wasn't exactly there, so I don't want to comment on that, but I would say that over time, as we went through the area, we noticed that it was there once we did a more thorough search of the area. What do you think the effect will be?
How will the effect be?
It's hard to tell. I do believe that it will have an overall effect. First, again, there'll be a relief. I think there was always a factor that he might return. And now that he's in coalition custody, there's no doubt that he will never return to power in this country. And I think that will make a difference overall. I'm not sure what the immediate reaction will be. We'll have to wait and see. What I do believe is they now, I think, can now look forward to building their new Iraq and getting on with business and getting on with turning this back over to the Iraqi people, building their infrastructure, and doing the type of things that we can do in order to let the people take over and move forward as a country.
Do you think he's just been moving specifically around the Creek?
I don't know for sure. I would say around the Sunni triangle is what I would put, excuse me, the former regime element triangle, in between Kirkuk, Bakuba, Tikrit, those areas. I would probably say that's where he was probably moving, maybe Mosul too.
If you take any special security precautions in the Tikrit area tonight, you want to make sure the forces from south are with that close to any
We have plenty of forces here to handle anything that we might have, and we have not done anything special. We can handle anything that occurs here in Tikrit. Yes, ma'am.
You have been here since the end of April, and this has been a major part of your task. How do you
Well, I think there's a couple of things. First, we have been here since April, as you know, and it's one of the tasks we've had. Obviously, we think it's very important that we've captured Saddam Hussein, and there's some satisfaction in that. However, I will tell you that there's still a lot of work that we have to do, and we're still focused on our tasks of defeating any regime elements that might be remaining who want to conduct attacks against coalition forces, and more importantly, try to stop most Iraqis from moving forward. And so the most important thing is we continue to move forward, we continue to help the Iraqis take charge of their country, and we continue to help build the infrastructure so they can take charge of their country. Sure.
Joe, with the intelligence break that we had on this one, do you think these people will help you find other high-value targets? Do you think the job is easier now?
In the past, when we've picked up people of importance, we've noticed that we've always had an influx of more intelligence. So I'm hoping that's what will occur here and help us capture the other individuals that are involved in this, that will help starting this insurgency that we have. Sure.
Do you think it's possible he was coordinating the insurgency from a place that's kind of doorstep? Would bring cell phones and communications with him?
No, we truly believe that there was no cell phones, no communications equipment. I'm not sure if he was coordinating. I know he wasn't coordinating the entire effort, because I believe it's not coordinated nationally, and I don't think it ever was. So I believe there's still some local and regional coordination that goes on. I think he was more there for moral support, and I don't think he was coordinating the entire effort. Sure.
How would we make this improvements? How would we go from one place to another? Do you think it was just him deciding he was going to learn to do
I don't know for sure, but I can obviously have my opinion. My opinion is, as it's been in the past, I think he relies on family. He relies on tribal ties, and he used that to move around the country, and he had a very few people that were very close to him that assisted him in doing those movements. I have said all along that I thought he was in this area, so I've been very consistent with that. If you see where we found him, he could have been hiding in 100 different places, 1,000 different places like this all around Iraq, and it just takes finding the right person who will give you a good idea where he might be. And that's what happened today, last night. First, I think the pressure had become so tight on him, he knew he couldn't travel in large entourages, so he didn't really have any men with him. It was him and just a couple other people with him, so he didn't really have much of a security force. And whenever you go in with overwhelming force, he knew, and he was in the bottom of a hole, so there's no way he could fight back, so he was just caught like a rat. They had probably AK-47s. Sure.
Sorry, when you started to describe him as disoriented, can you expand on that a little bit?
No, I just think just because he's down in a hole, he come up and, you know, the crawl space he's in is extremely small crawl space. It's not very big at all, and there's not much room down there. And so my guess is just from being down there, he was very disoriented as he came up. That's the only comment I'd make on that.
This crawl space, that's just somewhere he would have gone in when he was aware.
I think probably whenever any coalition forces were in the area, he'd probably go down this crawl space. If you see that gray pipe there, that was actually an air ventilation pipe that went down into the hole and that would put some air into the hole. So I think any time there were coalition forces nearby, he probably went down in that hole. That would be my guess. So.
When this was built, was it built after April the 9th, when it was built years ago?
I don't know. I couldn't. I don't know. You'd have to do some sort of material analysis on the ground to do that. My feeling is it was probably built since then. Not as far as I know.
Do you have any idea whether the Iraqis, especially with the Christians,
I don't know, and clearly that's up to the Iraqi Governing Council working with Ambassador Bremer and the coalition forces, and I'm sure those are decisions they have to make here in the future, but I personally do not know what the outcome will be. Sure.
We specifically go to this type of farmhouses or general area?
It was very specific to look at these three structures here, and we went in to look at those three structures, and there was one other target that we went and looked at also. This was the second target. There was another objective that was not in this site, that was somewhere else not too far from there. We considered this to be one target here. There was a room to the left there in this drawing over here. See with the door open? There was a bed in there, and there was clothing in there. It's not downstairs. I mean, that is it's just a hole in the ground. To say it's just a hole with dirt, it is just something to get one person down there to hide in. That's all that's in there. The kitchen is to the right. Where that hole is there, where it's open there was a kitchen there with running water and a sink and a little place to cook there. Excuse me, sir? He had a pistol on him.
Did you make any statements when you know through this hole?
No, not while he was there. He did not make any statements. When we got him, the first thing we do is try to evacuate him very quickly. So we didn't spend a lot of time with him. We evacuate him so other people who are more experienced in that can do this. But he didn't say. He said very little.
Did he even say, "Don't shoot me" or anything casually?
No, I don't want to talk to second and third hand, so that's why I don't want to say it, because it wouldn't be right if I said anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for 2 more questions, okay?
There was a bed in the left side here. Inside the enclosed portion where the door's open, there was a bed in there. There was one chair, a bed, and lots of clothes strewn all over the place. Sure. I think he might not have used it personally, but there might have been people using the river to come visit him and maybe potentially bring supplies or maybe meet with him. One more.
These bills match the money that was taken out of the Central Baghdad Bank.
We haven't been able to do that analysis yet. We will, in fact, send these bills back here very shortly, and they will do that analysis. Last one, yes, ma'am. They were in with him, and then we saw them as we were coming in run, and then they were picked up.
They were in that space?
No, they were on the top part of the house. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We've been listening to a rather detailed account by Major General Ray Adairner of the 4th Infantry Division. His guys were the ones that found Saddam Hussein. It was Saturday night about 8:30 Iraqi time south of Tikrit. We've seen the pictures of the farmhouse and a rather elaborate hiding space, roughly 8 feet down, tiny crawl space that Saddam Hussein had apparently concealed himself in. There's the farmhouse, and the general suggesting that there may have been plenty of places like this that Saddam Hussein was traveling to and from, diving into these holes anytime coalition troops were in the area. There was clearly an attempt to camouflage the spot, but troops found it this time. And there's the pictures of Saddam Hussein after he was taken into custody, being examined by U.S. military medical officials. Colonel Jack Jacobs, retired U.S. Army, has joined us here in the studio to offer some perspective. And Jack, to hear the description of that hiding place, it makes me think they must have been on top of him any number of times during their searches.
Yes, and the reports are, of course, that he's had lots of little places like this, not only up as far north as Tikrit, but maybe farther north towards Mosul, and certainly in northwest Baghdad. So he had lots of places to go that were that were like this, but as time went on and the noose closed around him, they got less and less sophisticated hiding places, and they had to be farther and farther out in the country. Finally got betrayed by probably somebody who wanted the $25 million.
Well, the fact is, I mean, there were clearly had to be Confederates in the mix to be able to get him from place to place and to let him know where the safe houses are. Is the U.S. on the verge, or has it already made a huge intelligence find in terms of understanding the networks of the enemy in Iraq?
Well, I think you got it right in saying that in getting Saddam Hussein, in order to get there, we have had a great deal of intelligence developed. I mean, we didn't just stumble on them. You know, originally, I'm here by the map. We probably ought to take a look at it. Our original thoughts were that he would either be right down in Baghdad, particularly northwest Baghdad, which was very loyal to him, or farther up in Tikrit. A lot of the exercises that were done initially focused on Baghdad, but then when the Hussein brothers retired, unceremoniously up here as far north as Mosul, and we started to get intelligence that drew the forces farther to the north. That's when the 4th Infantry Division started to focus its attention between Tikrit and Mosul, and that became the most productive area in terms of intelligence. And ultimately, it's intelligence that got us where we wanted to go. And we've had lots and lots of information that raw information that we've processed into intelligence that resulted in this find.
And we just showed some jumpy pictures, and we can cut back to them. I'll explain why they're jumpy. It's the camera person at the news conference now zeroing in on some of these diagrams that were put up there. And by the way, they're lifting right now the haul of cash. That green chest carried the $750,000 that was apparently found with Saddam Hussein. The photographer is now moving up. But as the camera zooms in on some of those still pictures, we'll try and show you. They give a bit more detail. In fact, why don't we try and take it right now? Looks like they're zooming in now, giving us an idea of the hiding place beneath a hut at this home. And then you can see it's labeled, well, you can't see it beyond the banner there, but they've labeled the hiding place is to the left of the picture, and he was found hiding in a hole to the right of that picture under this farmhouse. Let's go to Dan Garay, an MSNBC military analyst, who's been watching the news conference with us as well. Dan, this is quite a network that Hussein had availed himself to. I want to get your thoughts as to what the U.S. has stumbled upon beyond Saddam Hussein in terms of understanding the loyalty he had.
The briefer made it very, very clear that what you have is a very intensive network, mostly familial or tribal, and that our real intelligence coup, beyond finding Saddam, was in fact in being able to work that network. We went from person to person to person to finally the two people that gave him up. That's good intelligence work. That's what the administration and the military central command have been saying all along we need to have, and lo and behold, over a period of months, we actually developed the kind of intelligence, the methods, as well as the sources to allow us to penetrate to the heart of the former regime, of its loyalists, and of its tribal connections.
Well, in fact, we've understand now that it was a member of the family close to him that apparently gave the information that led to the capture. Talking about having no friends, having no family.
Well, it was also apparently a close loyalist who gave up the sons as well when they came knocking on the door up there at Mosul. So one of the things you're seeing, and it takes time for this to work, is really the fragmentation of the family and the loyalties, and this capture is likely to do something for that. That is, other people who might say, I'm going to be on the side of Saddam, or I'm going to sit on the fence and keep quiet, now see increasing reason not to do that and to give up perhaps al-Duri or some of the others, because other people are talking. Why shouldn't these other individuals?
And at the same time, as we watch and hear the scenario that he was perhaps moving every 3 to 4 hours, it's hard to believe someone in that position, under that stress, could have any hand in actively leading an opposition, although clearly he was a figurehead.
Well, he probably wasn't active in the sense of really sitting down with maps and tabletops and doing the planning. On the other hand, distributing money, encouraging mid-level supporters, encouraging the people of his own tribe and other Sunnis, for example, to be in the resistance was itself a powerful sort of role that he could have had. So he doesn't have to plan an attack to be a force behind the attacks.
And I wonder, last question, the fact that they're now saying that it was a family member, again, is that part of the bits of information being sent out there to send a greater message to the Iraqi people and to loyalists that, hey, even your family gave you up. You went without a fight, you had a gun, you didn't take your life, you're not 10 feet tall.
Ironically, one of the things that was always a power behind Saddam Hussein was this idea that if you talk to anybody, if you were in any way against the regime, they'd find out because your own relatives would or friends would turn you in. Here's a case in which the message is going out, you can't even trust members of your own family. That can't help the resistance one bit.
All right, Dan Garay, thanks very much. A reminder, we're about 20 minutes away from an address by the President of the United States. He'll be speaking from the White House about today's capture, actually last night's capture, announced, confirmed today, of Saddam Hussein. We'll, of course, be carrying that live. We will also talk to Pat Buchanan in a moment. There is already some political fallout and posturing among the various Democratic candidates for president. We'll get their various takes and see what impact all of this will have in the race for the White House. A lot of angles to cover. We've got them all right here on MSNBC. Back after this.
So we're all set for Hawaii. Flight, hotel. Hey, look, we can book surfing lessons.
I've always wanted to try that.
Yeah?
Yeah. Am I doing this right?
Perfect.
Really?
You're natural. Or we can go horseback riding.
Okay.
Activities, another way Expedia helps you create the trip that's right for you.
Expedia.com. This week's Office Depot holiday solution, digital accessories done right. Now get a $50 gift card when you buy a photo printer for $150 or more and get free Office Depot photo paper as well. Office Depot, what you need to know.
It doesn't take much to tell someone how special they are. Sometimes it doesn't take words at all. The exquisite 2-carat diamond bracelet, just $2.99, exclusively at Zales, making moments last a lifetime.
This holiday season, give your someone special something they'll actually remember in June. Give your dad more than a grill. Give him family get-togethers all summer long. At the Home Depot, we're more than a store. We're your home for holiday inspiration with hundreds of unique and unexpected gift ideas. Like this Ryobi 5-pack 18-volt combo kit for just $169 or a Home Depot gift card, the perfect gift for anyone. Give something that lasts all year. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
So I want to send an email, but in this case, text might not capture my sincerity. Luckily, I just signed up for InPhone, which allows me to send my voice as an email. Hi, hey, I can't come to your party. I'm really sorry, but I have to vacuum. It hasn't been done in a while. So then he sends me this voice email back that says, nobody vacuums on Friday night.
Need to get your point across? Don't just make a call, make an InPhone call. Sign up is free at InPhone.com.
I love this voice email thing.
Wouldn't you love to love your calcium? Try new strawberry cream and chocolate mint Viactive Soft Calcium Chews. Call 1-888-7-VIACTIVE for your free sample.
Versatile. Portable. Powerful. Beautiful.
So with no money, join the United States there too.
Just two of the Democratic contenders for the White House next year weighing in on today's capture of Saddam Hussein. After the break, we're going to take a look at some of the other stories making news today.
Plus, college football's shining star is now the Heisman Trophy winner. Coming up, a look back at his stellar season and the injury that nearly took him out of the...
Actually, I just paraphrased that second part. He said Saddam Hussein was a brutal, oppressive dictator and responsible for decades of atrocity, and the Iraqi people can finally be assured that Saddam Hussein will not be coming back. The president clearly has a challenge when he addresses the nation in just about 20 minutes from now. He needs to talk about the triumph of the day while recognizing the continued risks to U.S. troops on duty in the region. Let's go to Dana Bash, who's standing by live at the White House right now to talk a little bit about his strategy. I understand sort of a no gloating dictate has gone out from the administration. What will we hear today?
That's right, Paula. You're exactly right about the no gloating policy, so to speak. It's interesting when you just to give you a sense of the atmosphere here at the White House, when you talk privately with administration officials, it is quite obvious that they are extremely excited, as you can imagine. But their public comments and their public sort of disposition has been quite tempered, and it's almost as though they are trying to hold back on their excitement, precisely, probably, Paula, because of what you just mentioned, the fact that this is clearly a huge day, as Jane Araf said and others have said, probably the biggest since the war in Iraq began. But there are still risks for U.S. troops on the ground, and there is a sense of caution here at the White House, and it's also the caution comes because there have been major events, major accomplishments, major situations where the White House has hoped that those events would have turned into and made things change on the ground in Iraq, and they haven't. This, of course, Saddam Hussein's capture probably couldn't be compared to anything else. But as you mentioned, Paula, the only thing we've heard from the White House so far officially has been from his spokesman, and it's important to note that those comments have really been focused on the Iraqi people, him saying that it's very good news for the Iraqi people. He's very happy for the Iraqi people, and that the Iraqi people can finally be assured that Saddam Hussein will not be coming back. That is something we are very likely to hear from the president, likely to hear him maintain that kind of focus on what this will mean for the people on the ground there, in the hopes that the insurgency, the growing insurgency, would and could come to an end, or at least be diminished quite significantly because of the capture of Saddam Hussein. And just to give you a quick update on what the president has been doing this morning, after he got the call at about 5:15 confirming from his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, that it was in fact Saddam Hussein who had been captured, he went to the Oval Office, met with some senior aides, and made a series of phone calls, called a number of world leaders, notably mostly the allies in the effort against Saddam Hussein. He called Prime Minister Tony Blair of Great Britain, Jose Maria Aznar of Spain, the Australian Prime Minister John Howard, Silvio Berlusconi of Italy, the Polish President Kwasniewski, and he's expected to call Japan's Prime Minister tomorrow. He also talked to some Mideast leaders. He talked to Saudi's Crown Prince Abdullah, Jordan's King Abdullah, Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, and Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak. It's also interesting to point out and to sort of focus there on who the president has not called and has not been in contact with by phone, and those are some of the allies that James Baker, the former Secretary of State, some of the European leaders, I should say, who he is going to meet with. It still is expected to tomorrow, that leaders of France, of Germany, of Russia, and others, those are the countries, of course, who did not go along with President Bush in this war and in the current situation in Iraq. But they are certainly hoping that those countries will forgive Iraq of its debt. And it is not lost on this White House what Senator Hagel and others have said, that they are hoping that this is a new beginning of sorts, and that they can really harness this in the days and weeks to come. Paula?
Dana Bash, thanks for the update. Dana making it very clear to us how critical the tone is that the president must strike today, particularly at a time when James Baker is so close to dealing with these very important allies of France, Germany, and Russia, and talking about the rebuilding process. And there's a lot of speculation about what today's development, the capture of Saddam Hussein, might have on this process of how contracts are being doled out in Iraq. Those three countries right now cut out, at least in the first contracting stage of the process.
It occurs to me it is always easier to have a no gloating policy when there's a lot of reason to gloat. Yeah. I mean, you don't, if you're the White House today, I don't want to put this in political terms at all, but you don't have to say to the American people in a gloating sort of way what happened, because the American people get it, what happened.
Not only that, we will be reminded throughout the day with those humiliating pictures of Saddam Hussein having lice being examined for head lice.
So
having his mouth examined.
It's just a different agenda for the president. It's a message to allies. It's a message to Iraqis. It's a message to the Arab world. You don't want to make you don't want to turn a good situation into a bad one by seeming to gloat, and in fact there's no reason to, because they got their ace of spades, and there's no question this morning that that's in fact what has happened. Me?
It's all yours, Aaron.
I always hate when that happens. Where are we going?
We could talk amongst ourselves. I still think
Okay.
that,
Senator, I've got it. Senator John McCain is with us in Phoenix. I knew we were getting him ready, but I didn't know we had him. It's good to see you, sir. How'd you hear the news?
My administrative assistant, Mark Salter, woke me up this morning, and it was obviously great news, and on a rare occasion, I enjoyed being awakened.
Just quickly, we'll get to the next question. The president has put off his speech till 12:15, so we're about a half hour, a little less than that from now. Look, I mean, we're all, I suppose, a bit in the speculation business on all of this. Do you have any sort of gut feeling about how the capture of Saddam Hussein today will affect near-term the safety of Americans on the ground, and in the long run, change in any way, shape, or form the work that needs to be done there?
In the short term, I don't think you're going to see a huge reduction in the attacks, but in the long run, I don't think there's any doubt about this. This is a huge psychological impact on average Iraqis. In 1991, the Iraqi people were assured that Saddam Hussein was going, and he didn't, and he used that opportunity to slaughter tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and so that impact is very significant. But there's also an impact. There's an impact on our European allies. I hope that they would now, as Chuck Hagel said before, and you have just been discussing, help us in the rebuilding of Iraq and give us an opportunity to internationalize. But in the Arab world, there's another message too, Aaron, and that should be received in Tehran and in Damascus, that we're there to stay, we're going to bring democracy to Iraq, and once that takes place, then it's unavoidable. It is absolutely going to happen in the rest of the Arab world, because democracy, once it takes root, cannot be denied. And so there's a lot here. And by the way, mentioning you and Paula were just talking about gloating. Of course the president will not gloat, but the president deserves credit for his leadership, and most of all those men and women in the military who have done such a magnificent job. And by the way, I hope they divvy up that money amongst those military folks.
I don't think that's going to happen. But you'd like to know who that private or that sergeant or that lieutenant, whoever it was, who pulled back the styrofoam and found that tunnel. There are all these details of what happened as they were doing that search, and what they must have said to one another when they realized because the general said, didn't he, Paula, that he did not think that the soldiers who were involved in the operation knew specifically who the target was.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't, Senator, as a former military guy, it must be unimaginably exciting when it's all over to have come away with the biggest fish of all.
And they'll all take credit for it. That's the wonderful thing about these men and women, is that they're a band of brothers and sisters, and morale is sky high in Tikrit and in Basra and Mosul and every place where these young men and women are serving, and it will give an uplift to our military all over the world. But it also, I think, shows again that we will do whatever it takes in order to bring about freedom and democracy for the Iraqi people, and that message was authenticated with his capture today. But look, the president's also going to say today, very appropriately, it's a long, hard struggle ahead. There will be more casualties. There will be more sacrifice. There'll be more expenditure of American tax dollars. But for just a moment, the rest of us that are not President of the United States can take a moment of pride and satisfaction and even a little celebration.
Senator, thank you as always. Senator John McCain, who's in Phoenix. Again, I just wish I knew. Wish there are a million things I wish I knew. When the news hit the Al-Qaeda compound, wherever it is, somewhere on the Afghan-Pakistani border where Osama bin Laden is hiding, that must not have been a great message to deliver to the head of Al-Qaeda, because among other things it says you can be got. You can. It can happen.
Paul Bremer's words exactly. First thing we heard this morning. We got him. By now, you've probably heard some of the details about the drama of the capture of Saddam Hussein today. I want to introduce you all to Tori Clark, who was a spokesperson for the Defense Secretary just a short time ago and is now an analyst with us. Hi, Tori. I guess if there's one phrase I've heard today that mirrors the triumph of the moment, it came from Major General Odierno, who just said, and I might say for those who didn't hear the tone of it, it was really dripping in sarcasm. He said, quote, Saddam Hussein found in a hole in the ground across the river from a fancy palace paid for by money he stole from the Iraqi people.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. The irony of it is something, and you can see the New York Post headline tomorrow, caught like a rat and with other rats. One of the things our forces have learned so much about since they've been over there is just the atrocities this fella and his regime carried out against their own people for so many years. So the personal satisfaction has got to be just sky high. But I was struck by something Senator McCain said, and talking about the impacts of this, and I think it's very important that we watch the impact in the Arab world. Clearly a good day and a good step forward for Iraq, but the impact in the broader region is going to be very important. Now, over the years, I'd traveled more than a handful of times to countries in that region with Secretary Rumsfeld, and the Arab leaders would say very consistently, Saddam Hussein should go. He is a detriment to the region. He's terrible for the region. He's a threat to the world. He should go. And if you're going to go ahead with this war, make sure you get him. Now, so clearly there's going to be a positive, broader impact in the region. What I'll be looking for and would be highly encouraged to see is if some of those Arab leaders will come forward and say, this has been a good day for the region and a good day for the world.
Well, it's interesting you should mention that, Tori, because I was just handed a piece of information about what's happening in Egypt right now. The security is being stepped up at the U.S. Embassy there, not because of any specific threat, but, quote, as a result of prudent measures being taken upon this latest development.
Oh, I think
You're
that's
not surprised by that at all, are you?
Not at all. I think that's exactly what you do. I mean, just step back and think about the era in which we're in which attacks can come from any place, and they can occur for different reasons. So, you know, the old line is prepare for the worst and hope for the best. But I think it's absolutely an appropriate step to take. I'd just be very interested to see what the long-term reaction is in the broader Arab world.
Let's talk a little bit about what you think the debate will be in the weeks to come about troop strength in the region. We have heard some very high-profile senators ask for more boots on the ground. Where do you see that debate going now in light of this capture?
Oh, I don't think it's a debate at all. I think what it comes down to is what does General Sanchez say he needs, what does General Odierno say they need, and they have said they've got the right number of forces. They want to and are clearly using them in different ways. But I think there's no debate. It is up to them. They're on the ground. They know what the task is. They know what the mission is. They have the best sense of what they need. Clearly, the way forward, having more and more Iraqis take over security roles and positions in that country would make a big difference. And so you hope, again, you hope that capturing Saddam will reduce some of the fear that people have, will reduce the attacks on the very Iraqis who are trying to move that country forward, so more Iraqis will step into those security positions.
Just need a brief final thought. Anything else you might have learned about this raid? Aaron and I have been fascinated by the fact that Major General Odierno said that some of these folks involved in, maybe not in the special task force, but among the 600 soldiers involved in the raid might not even have known exactly what they were up to yesterday.
Oh, I think that's entirely possible, but they are so professional and they're so disciplined that without knowing who it might have been, they know the importance of every single task. And I do think you'll get more details going forward. But right now is the maximum time to get the maximum amount of information out of him. Who knows who those other two people were that were there? Security guards of some sort were heard. Hopefully you'll get some information from them. So I think as the hours and days unfold, Aaron will get more of his details.
Thanks so much, Tori.
Thank you.
I guess I'm getting a reputation for being obsessive about details. Here's one for you. One of our guests in Baghdad has reported to us that a baby born in Baghdad about 3 hours ago has been given the name Bremer, as in Paul Bremer, the head of the coalition there. David Ensor, who covers national security matters for us, has been trying to piece together what happened. How it happened, where the intelligence, when the intelligence, who the intelligence, all that stuff. David joins us this morning. David, what have you been able to learn?
Well, Aaron, quite a bit. One of the most interesting things, you were talking about this man who defied capture and on defiant tapes called on his cohorts to attack, even encouraging suicide attacks against U.S. forces. And not only did he give himself up without a shot, but U.S. officials say he is being interrogated. He is admitting who he is answering questions, he is cooperating. He is now a useful prisoner for the coalition in Iraq. He himself is providing information at this point that is useful to the coalition forces in their effort to dismantle what's left of his apparatus and get Iraq on a new footing. So that is just a very striking moment in history, that this man is now an American prisoner. He is cooperating with authorities. How did they find him? Well, officials say that over about 3 or 4 weeks ago, they started to take in some people in what they call the outer circle. This would be former bodyguards, family members, tribal associates who knew something about the effort to keep him hidden. And then in the last few days, we're told, they managed to take in a few people who really knew something about the effort to hide Saddam specifically, and finally one person who told them where these 2 sites were that he might be. So it was a gradual moving in on the target process using human intelligence. Now, there have been reports elsewhere that a taxi was found and that there might have been something put in the taxi to find him. I'm told that is not correct. There was a taxi at the site, a yellow or orange and white taxi. He has moved, they believe, from site to site in taxis, but not this particular one. It's really a human intelligence effort, going after the people who might know something about him, finally getting to someone who really did know. And these were people that did not go in for the reward. They were caught, they were arrested, they were interrogated. That's how the information came.
David, just I want to go back to something on this question of cooperation, how cooperative. Let me play back for you what I've heard, and you tell me sort of how this fits in. That when he was first captured, he was talkative, at least insofar as he identified himself. He said, yeah, I'm Saddam. Then there was this meeting, and we don't precisely know the timelines here, what order things happened, but he did apparently met with some members of the provisional government, and they describe him as sarcastic and unapologetic and belittling of the Iraqi people. You're getting descriptions of him as being cooperative, and I find some of this, I guess, playing against one another. Some of the information doesn't quite work together. Do you have a feel for what means cooperative?
Well, I do understand that, as you mentioned, several of them, senior members former members of the regime, Tariq Aziz and others, he was confronted with them. And they were being asked, is this really Saddam Hussein? Is this the guy? Have we got him? And they all agreed that he was indeed. And there was, I guess, some interplay between them at the time that they were confronted with him. I do not know what the tone of that was. Okay. But what I understand is that the man is now talking, he's being asked questions, and he's answering them, which is just a remarkable turn of events.
You'd love to read those notes, wouldn't you, David? Thank you. David Ensor, who deals with national security matters for us on what has been, by any measure, by any description, an historic day, and a historic day that continues. The president about, what, 15 minutes away.
And of course, CNN will continue to tackle the story throughout the day. A lot of very important questions raised about the impact of today's capture on foreign policy, how it will affect the insurgency movement. You're looking at a live picture of the White House, where the president, as Aaron just said, is about 15 minutes away from making his address, a critical address. We've been talking about this a lot, Aaron, where he has to find a balance between talking about today's victory in the capture of Saddam Hussein, but by the same time recognizing the continued danger to American troops on the ground in Iraq. You'll be back at 8 o'clock Eastern Time? Right, and you will be back at 10 p.m.
10 o'clock, a 2-hour edition of Newsnight coming up at 10 o'clock, so we'll go 10 to midnight and wrap up what has been an extraordinary day. Have a wonderful Sunday afternoon, a day to remember.
Thanks for joining us.
From CNN in Washington, this is a special late edition with Wolf Blitzer. Saddam captured.
Welcome to our viewers around the world for this special late edition, The Capture of Saddam Hussein. We'll spend the next 2 hours looking at all aspects of this story. We're standing by, awaiting President Bush's address to the nation on today's extraordinary developments. We'll bring it to you live only moments from now. We have reporters covering all aspects of this very important story. Our Nick Robertson is in Tikrit. He's joining us from there. Dana Bash is over at the White House. First, let's go to Nick. For our viewers who may just be tuning in for the first time today, Nick, tell our viewers how this unfolded, capturing Saddam Hussein alive.
Well, Wolf, it began to take place and take shape here perhaps as long ago as about 36 hours at this base, Tikrit, the main headquarters for the 4th Infantry Division, from intelligence that, according to General Odierno here in charge of the 4th Infantry Division, intelligence that was developed from close family members or close friends, tribal friends of Saddam Hussein. Within 24 hours of having the critical piece of information giving away his location, they went there, surrounded the area, searched 2 buildings, didn't find Saddam Hussein in those buildings, discovered him hiding in a hole in the ground that was what was described as essentially a small man-made hole, about 6 feet by 8 feet in size, hiding there. When troops discovered him in that location, he came out, he was disoriented, he had a pistol, he didn't use it, there were no shots fired during this whole operation, and within an hour Saddam Hussein was being taken away by the coalition for further debriefing elsewhere. Wolf?
Is there any sense whatsoever where Saddam Hussein might be? We're only told he's at an undisclosed location, but we can assume he's under the control of the U.S. military, not the Iraqi provisional, the coalition Iraqi authority.
Absolutely, Wolf. We know that it's south of Tikrit. General Odierno said that he went south from here. We know that it's with the coalition. General Sanchez said that they are still interrogating Saddam Hussein. That process is expected to go on for some time. We know that they're going to run, the coalition will run DNA testing on him to make 100% sure they have the right man, although it is completely beyond doubt at this time that this is Saddam Hussein. So no, he is not in Iraqi custody at this time, nor does it seem likely that he will be, at least in the near term, Wolf.
We were told, Nick, that Saddam Hussein was captured in that hole 6 feet underground, and he did have a pistol with him. There were some suggestions that he was never going to let himself be captured alive. Any indication whatsoever that he might have gone for that pistol to try to kill himself, to go out with some glory, or just be captured sort of like a rat, in the words of the U.S. military?
Wolf, there's no indication. What we've been told by coalition officials is that when they discovered that hole, when troops discovered the hole, removed what was a polystyrene lid that had been placed in top of the concrete hole that the coalition believes was probably made after Saddam Hussein fell from power. When they removed that polystyrene that was covering the hole, took it out, Saddam Hussein was in there, and then they describe him as being disoriented and coming out. There's no indication that he tried to use his weapon on the troops, and very interestingly for a lot of Iraqis, no indication that he tried to use it on himself either. Many Iraqis had thought that Saddam Hussein would never be taken alive, that he would rather shoot himself. This is probably for many Iraqis a big indication of exactly who Saddam Hussein was. This was not something they could ever assess before, and also an indication coming for them of how humiliating it can be in capture, when Saddam Hussein was shown getting a health check by coalition officials just after his capture. Again, an image that's going to play very negatively against Saddam Hussein and against his followers who remain behind him in Iraq. Wolf?
And just to give us some perspective, Nick, as you well know, having spent a lot of time in Iraq in recent years, over the past 12 years or so, Saddam Hussein, whenever he would meet with guests, they would have to be scrubbed because he was such a hygienist. He was so concerned about his own cleanliness, if you will. For him to be stuck in the bottom of a pit like that, clearly disheveled with a beard, dirty and disgusting. What does that say to the Iraqi people who see these pictures?
It says absolutely this man had fallen from power, that he had no influence, that at this time he was on the run, he was a man in hiding, and that all those supporters that it had over the years were gone. General Ogieno, General Sanchez have both commented that it's interesting that Saddam Hussein was found in a hole in the ground almost within sight of some of his larger presidential palaces. That image, that idea is not going to be lost on the Iraqi people. Very interesting, Wolf, to hear General Ogieno saying that he does not think that Saddam Hussein was still in any way in control of the Iraqi insurgents. He feels that now Saddam Hussein is gone. The next job for the coalition is to get out, take care of those anti-coalition forces that are out there. He thinks that Saddam Hussein was a morale figure for them, a figurehead, but not somebody in control, not somebody giving directions, not somebody who's going to have, whose removal from the scene is going to have perhaps a direct impact on their daily actions, Wolf.
All right, Nick Robertson, we're going to ask you to stand by. We'll be getting back to you. We're only about 8 minutes or so away from the President of the United States addressing the American people, indeed addressing the world. Our White House correspondent, Dana Bash, is standing by. Give us a little preview what we might expect to hear from the White House, from the President in particular, Dana.
Well, Wolf, he's going to speak for about 5 minutes, we're told. He's going to use teleprompter. The address will be directly to the American people and, as you said, to the entire world. But also the content or the focus is likely to be primarily on the Iraqi people and what exactly he believes and he hopes this will mean to them. And his spokesman gave a statement earlier giving a little bit of a preview perhaps of what we will hear from the president himself, saying that this is good news for the Iraqi people, and he's very happy for the Iraqi people because they can finally be assured now, according to Scott McClellan, the White House spokesman, that Saddam Hussein will not be coming back, and they can see it for themselves. Now, that is, again, likely what we will hear from the president. But as we've been talking about all morning, it is also likely that the president will say today, as he has said in the past, even on that day that he stood in front of the Mission Accomplished banner on May 1st, declaring major combat over, that there is going to be danger ahead. This White House is well aware of expectations and laying expectations. And as senators who have been on this network all morning have said, and others, the White House is well aware of the fact that the president is not going to, it understands, the White House understands that these images, the images we're seeing here of people happy and celebrating in the streets are certainly welcome, but the American people perhaps shouldn't expect that to be continuing in full force, that there might be some deaths, some casualties in the days and weeks ahead as they continue to get things settled, try to get things settled on the ground in Iraq. Wolf?
Dana, it's been about 24 hours now since this this operation was launched to capture Saddam Hussein. The president was at Camp David when he first got indication of the possible capture of Saddam Hussein. When did he finally get official confirmation 100% from his national security advisors?
Well, that was this morning. The president was called at about 5:15 this morning. He was back here at the White House, and it was his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, who had just gotten a call herself from Paul Bremer in Iraq saying it was, in fact, they did have final confirmation that it was, in fact, Saddam Hussein. But as you mentioned, the initial call was quite early on Saturday afternoon, about 3:15, while the president was still up at Camp David. That was from his defense secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, who just launched into the conversation saying, Mr. President, initial reports aren't always accurate, to which the president responded, oh, this sounds like it's going to be good news. And then the defense secretary did say that they believed at that point it was Saddam Hussein. And they had talked, according to the White House, about how to handle the news, that they wanted the news when it was confirmed to come out of the theater, as the White House is putting it. They wanted the military to announce it because that is the kind of operation that it was. But there was concern, according to the White House, from the president, that perhaps it was an imposter, that it wasn't Saddam Hussein. But as you mentioned, it was today that the president did get final word, and he started working the phones, Wolf. He's talked to a number of allies, about a dozen leaders already this morning, making phone calls to talk about the issue, to congratulate some of them, and just to inform them that this is indeed Saddam Hussein.
All right, David Ensor, our national security correspondent, is standing by. Dan, I want you to stand by. We'll be getting back to you. David, you've been talking to your sources the U.S. military on the ground says this capture of Saddam Hussein was the result of, in their words, actionable intelligence. What have you discovered? What does that mean?
What it means is that they, about a couple of weeks ago, they started taking in some key former bodyguards, family members, tribal members that were thought to know something about Saddam Hussein, kind of the outer circle around him. And those people were interrogated. The information from them led to some individuals who were closer in, the inner circle, if you will, of people who were helping to hide the former dictator in the Tikrit area. And it was a couple of days ago that they started to get what they call actionable intelligence, information about specific places he definitely had been, places he was thought to be now. There were a couple of locations that they were told about and moved in on last night. So that's what they mean by actionable intelligence. This is human intelligence, the results of interrogations of people who did not want to reveal the information. There's if the reward is going to go to somebody, there may have been a tipster at the front end somewhere, but the information about specifically where he was came from someone who was not interested in giving it out. And the fascinating thing, Wolf, is that now Saddam Hussein is a prisoner, and we are told he is admitting who he is, and he is answering questions and cooperating too. He is now a useful prisoner, offering actionable intelligence possibly as well.
And if any of his former aides were still holding back, they might have a change of heart if they now believe that Saddam Hussein is actually talking as well. David, stand by. Christiane Amanpour is joining us from London. Christiane, we heard from the British Prime Minister Tony Blair earlier today, presumably saying what the President of the United States might be saying shortly. We're standing by to hear from the President. But Christiane, what's the general reaction overseas?
Well, as you can imagine, both the British and the other members of the coalition that went along with the United States in invading Iraq have come out with extremely positive and supportive statements, again, as you can imagine. What's interesting is that also France and Germany have done as well. Those are the two countries that stood very staunchly against the war in Iraq. Both countries, both leaders coming out with very strong statements of support for the capture of Saddam Hussein. The German Chancellor apparently sending a letter to President Bush congratulating him and congratulating him on the success of this mission, and both hoping that this would lead to a further stability and democratization in Iraq. There have also been, interestingly, from Afghanistan, congratulations and a hope expressed there that the capture of Saddam Hussein may have some impact on the insurgency that has been growing in Afghanistan over the last several weeks. On the other hand, Poland, which is a very firm ally of the U.S., which commands troops in Iraq right now, has said that they congratulate and welcome this, but they warn that this is not the end of the violence, and they warn that there may be an upsurge in violence or at least continuation of this guerrilla insurgency. And certainly most of the people we've heard from and talked to are concerned that the insurgency be decapitated, and are wondering whether or not Saddam Hussein will manage, the capture of Saddam Hussein will do that. General Odierno, the head of the 4th Infantry Division, whose men, along with others, captured Saddam Hussein, said that he did not anticipate necessarily that getting Saddam Hussein was going to have an immediate effect on damping down the insurgency, because he didn't think, he said, that it was coordinated nationally by Saddam Hussein.
All right. Christiane, stand by, because we're showing our viewers the door to the cabinet room at the White House, the West Wing at the White House. Within a few seconds right now, the President will walk through that door, go to that podium, and address the American people, indeed address the nation. CNN, of course, is standing by. The President of the United States. Let's listen in as he addresses the American people.
Good afternoon. Yesterday, December the 13th, at around 8:30 p.m. Baghdad time, United States military forces captured Saddam Hussein alive. He was found near a farmhouse outside the city of Tikrit in a swift raid conducted without casualties. And now the former dictator of Iraq will face the justice he denied to millions. The capture of this man was crucial to the rise of a free Iraq. It marks the end of the road for him and for all who bullied and killed in his name. For the Ba'athist holdouts largely responsible for the current violence, there will be no return to the corrupt power and privilege they once held. For the vast majority of Iraqi citizens who wish to live as free men and women, this event brings further assurance that the torture chambers and the secret police are gone forever. And this afternoon, I have a message for the Iraqi people. You will not have to fear the rule of Saddam Hussein ever again. All Iraqis who take the side of freedom have taken the winning side. The goals of our coalition are the same as your goals: sovereignty for your country, dignity for your great culture, and for every Iraqi citizen, the opportunity for a better life. In the history of Iraq, a dark and painful era is over. A hopeful day has arrived. All Iraqis can now come together and reject violence and build a new Iraq. The success of yesterday's mission is a tribute to our men and women now serving in Iraq. The operation was based on the superb work of intelligence analysts who found the dictator's footprints in a vast country. The operation was carried out with skill and precision by a brave fighting force. Our servicemen and women and our coalition allies have faced many dangers in the hunt for members of the fallen regime and in their effort to bring hope and freedom to the Iraqi people. Their work continues, and so do the risks. Today, on behalf of the nation, I thank the members of our armed forces, and I congratulate them. I also have a message for all Americans. The capture of Saddam Hussein does not mean the end of violence in Iraq. We still face terrorists who would rather go on killing the innocent than accept the rise of liberty in the heart of the Middle East. Such men are a direct threat to the American people, and they will be defeated. We've come to this moment through patience and resolve and focused action, and that is our strategy moving forward. The war on terror is a different kind of war, waged capture by capture, cell by cell, and victory by victory. Our security is assured by our perseverance and by our sure belief in the success of liberty. And the United States of America will not relent until this war is won. May God bless the people of Iraq, and may God bless America. Thank you.
About a 4-minute address from the President of the United States, speaking from the West Wing of the White House in the Cabinet Room here in Washington, D.C. on a snowy day in the U.S. Capitol. The President saying Saddam Hussein will now face the justice he denied to millions. There will be no return of the Baathists. He says, you will not have, to the Iraqi people, he says, you will not have to fear the rule of Saddam Hussein ever again. Let's bring back our reporters standing by. Nick Robertson is in Tikrit Danabash, at the White House. Christiane Amanpour is watching all of this in London. Nick, let's go to you first. Nick Robertson, the Iraqi people will, of course, hear what the president has said. Even if they haven't heard it right now, it will be translated into Arabic. That message that he tells them, you no longer have to fear Saddam Hussein and his henchmen, will they believe him?
Wolf, they will. It'll certainly resonate here with a degree among the majority of people in Iraq. The majority of people in Iraq wanted Saddam Hussein to be gone. One of their lingering fears since the ground war finished in the beginning of April was that Saddam Hussein hadn't been arrested. They didn't know where he was. There was this doubt that perhaps people would coalesce around him. Perhaps these former regime elements, as the coalition describes them, could come back, could impinge on their daily lives, and to a degree that was happening. The attacks on the oil pipelines affecting indirectly some of the supplies of fuel to people, the gas lines being long, the insecurity that people felt in their still feel in their daily lives. So this is a message that will resonate with people. They will hope that this is indeed true. They will believe certainly now that Saddam Hussein cannot come back, and they will hope that this can lead to an end to these attacks on the coalition, on them, and on the police force and the others that support the coalition within Iraq. So I believe, Wolf, that this will certainly resonate with the people here.
I noticed also, Nick, the president was very cautious, very firm in insisting this does not mean the end of violence in Iraq. Even today, before word was officially confirmed that Saddam Hussein had been captured alive, it was another bloody day in Iraq. More terrorists, more suicide bombings unfolding. I assume in the short run, some Saddam loyalists will want to go out with, shall we say, a bang.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Certainly, when Saddam Hussein's in capture, does he tell on any people? Does he provide intelligence that begins to roll up from the top down, if you will, the members of this insurgency? We've heard from some people that the insurgency is sort of get some instruction, some money coming down from the top. Will Saddam Hussein rat on some of those people? Will it be rolled up that way? Will some people decide simply to throw in the towel because they believe Saddam Hussein is gone and it's no longer worth fighting? General Odeno, in his briefing here a little while ago, said that Saddam Hussein had been found without any cell phones, without any communication equipment, an indication that perhaps he has not been directly involved in the resistance. General Odeno indicated from that he felt that his men, the 4th Infantry Division, the others of the coalition, still have a very, very big job to do to round up all these anti-coalition elements. He said it was their main priority now to do that and provide security for the Iraqi people. So President Bush is certainly preparing the ground there for the reality, as the generals here see it, that the battle is still not over, that Saddam may lead to arrests of anti-coalition elements, but it's certainly not going to bring no one's expecting his arrest to bring an immediate end to all these attacks, and certainly today a very bloody example of that. A bomb going off in the Sunni Triangle, the town of Khaldir, outside a police station, again a target associated with the coalition. The coalition works with the Iraqi police force. The Iraqi police station a soft target, and that's why it was targeted today, apparently. Wolf.
All right, Nick, stand by. We're going to be getting back to you. Dana Bash, our White House correspondent, watched, listened to what the president was saying, just as all of us were. Dana, you spent almost all of your time covering this president of the United States. What was going through your mind as you heard those approximately 4 minutes, the 4 minutes he used to address the American people on this historic day?
I'll tell you, Wolf, what I was thinking is how many times we've heard from the president, really in virtually every speech, every opportunity he gets, we've heard him say that the tyrant is no more, as how he likes to put it, that Saddam Hussein is gone forever, that the Iraqi people should know that they are free and democracy is dawning in Iraq. But now he has the pictures to prove it, essentially. He has the actual hard evidence, because the Iraqi people can now see, as he pointed out, that Saddam Hussein has been captured, and he said right at the beginning, notably, that he will be brought to justice, reminding the Iraqis and the world of how many people he perhaps was, how many people were not able to be brought to justice, and how many people suffered at the hands of Saddam Hussein. So that was really what struck me, is the fact that this is something that he has said time and time again, that the Iraqi people should know that Saddam Hussein is not there to bother them anymore, but now they see it for themselves.
And this, as you well know, Dan, as a president who spent Thanksgiving Day with U.S. troops in Baghdad, he's here right now. What do we anticipate the president doing the rest of today?
Unclear what we're going to hear from the president later today. To be honest, probably not much. He has been making a number of calls this morning to more than a dozen leaders and world leaders, congressional leaders, and even members of his own cabinet. We are not expected to hear from him later today, but if we get any more information, that we'll certainly pass it along very quickly.
All right, Dana Bash, we'll be getting back to you, obviously, throughout the day. Dana Bash reporting from the White House. We're going to show our viewers some live pictures right now, what's happening in Baghdad. You see smoke coming up from the streets of Baghdad. Only within the past few minutes, we're told, a loud explosion was heard in the Iraqi capital. We're seeing some smoke. Our reporters on the scene are going to gather some information for us, but we're going to continue to show these live pictures. If you want to show these pictures to our viewers, we can even show all of get a little closer if our photographer on the scene can get a little closer to see what's happening. This is near the Palestine Hotel, we're told, where most of the International Press Corps is headquartered in downtown Baghdad. You see smoke coming up from the streets, from a building not far from from the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad. We'll get some information, see what we can learn over the next few minutes. But in the meantime, let's bring in three guests who are joining us here to talk about this pivotal day, this incredibly important day in the U.S. history of dealing with Saddam Hussein. Three key members of the United States Senate. In Wilmington, Delaware, Senator Joe Biden. He's the top Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. In Philadelphia, Republican Senator Arlen Specter of Pennsylvania. Here in Washington, Republican Senator John Warner. He's the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. Senator Warner, let me begin with you, and we'll keep these pictures for our viewers up, what's happening in Baghdad. You were under no illusions that the capture of Saddam Hussein was going to turn this around and that everything would just be rosy from now on as a result of that capture.
I dropped the word rosy, but first, Wolf, just think of the hearts and the minds of the families who lost their loved ones, who are taking care of their wounded now. I think that's the first message in our hearts of gratefulness today. But our president, as commander-in-chief down to the privates, never flinched once under a barrage of criticism and doubt. They carried out their mission, and the world owes them an enormous debt of gratitude. Further, this sends a signal to those terrorists hiding elsewhere in the world. We'll hunt you down, we'll get you.
Do you have any doubts, Senator Biden, about that?
No, I don't. I think, Wolf, that the most significant aspect here is what the president said, and he said it straightforwardly in his 4 minutes. He said this is not the end of violence, but it's of considerable consequence, because I think in a highly personalized society, and I know you know this society, Wolf, having spent time in Iraq, the pictures of Saddam Hussein having his hair checked, his teeth checked, is incredibly, incredibly humiliating and diminishes his stature throughout the region. And I think it will have real consequence, not on whether or not the insurgency will continue, but how much support we'll get from the body politic in Iraq to deal with that insurgency. And I think that's the significant piece here. And I think it's greatly diminished the stature in the Arab world. I hope these pictures are being shown on Al Jazeera. As you know, Wolf, that's where most of the Arab world gets their news. I hope we're giving them access, not just the channel that comes out of Baghdad, because if it's on Al Jazeera, the entire Arab and ultimately the Muslim world will believe it, and it's important they understand what happened.
You'll be happy to know, Senator Biden, not only Al Jazeera, but El Arabiya and all of the, at least most of the Arabic language television stations, the satellite stations, are in fact showing those pictures
as you know,
around the world.
You know better than I do, that's the coin of the realm out there, other than CNN.
There's no doubt about that. Senator Biden, stand by. Senator Specter, what goes through your mind on a day like this?
It's historic, the end of an era, a very a horrible era. I believe that the arrest of Saddam will have a very, very profound effect on what happens next in Iraq. It is obviously speculative, but you might expect today to be a reaction of defiance by Saddam's loyalists, but I think in the fairly short term that there'll be two consequences. One is his loyalists will be dispirited. They now see him humiliated. They will see more of him in custody. I look forward to a trial of Saddam. I hope he's tried by a war crimes tribunal similar to the one where Milosevic is being tried. And then the second consequence is
let me interrupt you, Senator Specter, because the Iraqi Coalition Provisional Authority has already said they want to try Saddam Hussein, not in The Hague, at some international war crimes tribunal. They want to try him in Iraq in this war crimes tribunal that was only established in recent days last week. Are you suggesting that's not good enough?
I think a lot of people will want to try Saddam. He could be tried a lot of places, and the tribunal which is now being set up in Iraq is a possibility. But I believe the War Crimes Tribunal, which has put the Prime Minister of Rwanda in jail for life, the tribunal which is now handling Milosevic, is a better tribunal. I think to the extent that the situation in Iraq can be internationalized, it is a very, very positive thing. One of the consequences that we're looking for here, Wolf, is to bring other countries with us. And where we don't lose anything by internationalizing it, but can bring other countries with it, I think it's positive. and we already have the precedent of the War Crimes Tribunal for what it has done. But let me come to the second
All right,
point.
Senator, hold on 1 second, Senator. I want to remind our viewers what they're seeing right now on the screen. This is downtown Baghdad, near the Palestine Hotel. A huge explosion was heard only a few minutes ago. We saw smoke that was coming up from the area. Let's interrupt this conversation. Jane Araf, our Baghdad bureau chief, is joining us now. Jane, what can you tell us about this explosion?
Well, we heard it first and then saw the smoke and fire. Now, it was quite a large explosion that was felt as well as heard here, just as you mentioned, a very short while ago, just a few minutes ago. And it seems to be coming southeast of this hotel, the Palestine Hotel, down a major street which leads to a square. This is a Baghdad landmark. It has a statue from Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, and it is a turning point where you would go to one of the main neighborhoods and where a lot of cars would pass through and would be quite busy at night. That appears to be where it's gone off. Again, an indication that even though Saddam is captured, this may not be over yet. Wolf?
Jane, the Reuters news agency quoting eyewitnesses as saying this was a car bomb in Baghdad, a car bomb, unfortunately something that's becoming very familiar to all of you who live in and around Baghdad. We haven't independently confirmed that it was a car bomb, but it certainly does, based on these pictures, the explosion, the smoke, the sound, the fire, it does sound like it could be a car bomb.
It would be very easy to set off a car bomb, unfortunately, and that has been one of the strategies that we've been seeing as these attacks shift and the people behind them, the groups behind them, become perhaps more sophisticated and more targeted. We had been seeing quite a lot of homemade bombs. The U.S. military seems to have gotten better at cracking down on those, but it's very hard to crack down on car bombs, particularly suicide bombs. In fact, of all the suicide bombs we've had, and there was one today we can't forget, before all of this euphoria, if you will, over Saddam, the day started off with a tragic twist with a car bomb outside a police station outside of Baghdad that killed about 20 people. And it is almost impossible to guard against suicide bombs, people who are willing to die to attack either Iraqis or Americans. Wolf?
Jane, the Reuters news agency saying that, quoting eyewitnesses, is saying this was a car bomb. They also say it was right near where the Reuters office in Baghdad is located. I assume you know where the Reuters office is, and if the pictures that we're seeing would correspond to where that Reuters office in Baghdad is.
Wolf, I'm not able to see those pictures at the moment, but I can tell you about that street where Reuters does have its office. It's a street that has the French embassy on one side, Reuters and some other news organizations, and that street itself is very heavily secured. It's become a little mini green zone, if you will, with